Of course, we have seen Carrefour is already having organic sections. There are others who are interested. There are new greengrocers who are joining in, new restaurants, like Farm to Feed, Delgania, Mama, and others. Of course, eating organic is trendy, is a good thing, more healthier. Now we got GMOs with us. I don't know who has eaten GMO. Huh? Now GMO is with us here now. We were talking about something that is very far away. But the government that we elected last year is a very good government. It has brought us GMOs. So now, so that you don't eat GMOs, of course, you need to eat organic. Because organic farmers don't plant GMOs. Yeah. So that is a good point for selling organic products, that you'll be avoiding GMOs. In terms of distribution on how organic is being sold, is of course we have supermarkets selling organic products, some organic products. There are supermarkets with some organic sections, like Carrefour supermarket. There are people who are doing organic farmers markets, like Ainokov, you can see Mother there, like Kiserian market. There are also healthy stores, like Healthy You and others. There are some organic restaurants, there are not many. And also greengrocers, which are selling organic foods. We have been tracking the sales of organic produce in 2 cooperatives. We got field coordinators introducing themselves in Machakos and Muranga. And we tried to track how much they are selling as organic from 2018. And as you can see, from 2019, they sold 124,000 Kenya shillings. 2020, they sold 2 million. 2021, 4 million. It has been increasing. 2022, last year, they sold 5 million. So you can see if farmers are serious, they can actually be able to sell and earn from organic production. And the same, as you can see, the value that has been growing from Machakos to Muranga. Of course, it's not the same, but it has been growing more in Muranga than Machakos. So in terms of traders and the farmers, as I said, currently we have 171,000 acres of land certified organic. And this is for export market. The certifiers that we have who are doing international certification, we have Ceres, is a German company, Control Union. They are also present here. I think it's a Dutch company. Ecos is the most popular certification company in Kenya. And these are the totals. In terms of the farmers and the acreage, we have, as I said, about 62,000 farmers who are certified for export market. PGS, I think here I just want to look at the number of farmers and acreage, because the number of groups, we saw that. Currently, we have about 1,600 farmers who are in PGS groups. That is a small number. If you look at the 500,000 that I said, of farmers who are doing organic. And you see, we cannot provide that data to IFOAM, which is the International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movements, because they are not formalized. You know, you can be there as a group, you have been trained organic, you're doing organic, but nobody can say that you're organic because you don't have any formal guarantee system. You're not at any formal guarantee system. That's why we should have more PGS groups formalized, so that we can add that to our statistics for the farmers who are doing organic farming in Kenya. And this is the acreage, about 2,520 acres. So there are players in the market. Most of the players who are buying organic produce are retailers, but also we have institutions. I think this is an area that we haven't really explored, but it's a big sector also in terms of schools, universities, and all those. Of course, restaurants also coming up. and people who are doing processing of organic. And then for domestic market, most of the produce that is being sold sold as PGS products, about 97%. But also you also have farmers who are certified through the third-party system. Yeah. We already have 4 certification companies which are certifying for domestic. This is for group certification, but that depends on individual farmers. So in terms of processors, I think I already mentioned that, and most of them have been certified by a control union, as you can see. And then if you look at ICS and PGS, ICS is farmers who are certified through the third-party system, yeah, by a certification company. They form bulk of the farmers that we have, about 92%, and then PGS is just 8%. You see, because we want Kenyans to eat organic, yeah? Tusiuzie wazungu organic na sisi hatukuli, sivyo? So we need to have this graph the other way around. We need to have more PGS groups, yeah, and few ICS. Because we are Kenyans, we have ourselves, we should eat organic food. And then the most demanded products, this survey we did this year, and we found that people are preferring more organic tomatoes, cabbages, kales in this order, as you can see. On that side is a value of what is demanded in the market in terms of million of shillings, Kenya shillings. And it is showing you where the market is currently concentrated. Yeah, if you want to target the market, you know, which products can you be growing as organic so that you can make more money. And then in terms of products in short supply, of course, we have products demanded in the market, but they are in short supply. Moving from that side is showing the products with majority, but you need to look at the colors here, yeah? Because the color which is, what is this, orange, soil, is kales, and kales is not available in this month, from July all the way up to November, yeah? So if you're in a PGS group, you are a farmer entrepreneur, you should be looking at growing kales during this month because the price will be good, because not many people are growing. And this information we got from traders. If, for example, pineapples, I know there are PGS groups here growing pineapples is in red. Pineapples, we don't have pineapples here, October, November, December. And then also don't have pineapples here. Severe. Avocados, the same, you can see green. Of course, avocados after March, we don't have them. They are in short supply. I don't know how you can do to make avocados available here. Yeah. Ama unaweza mwagilia maji ianze kutoa maua off season. So anyway, you also have passion fruits, yeah, which is in blue. From January to March, no passion fruits. And then also December. Yeah, we don't have this group, so we don't have passion fruits. So this is something that can help you in your group when you are deciding what to grow when. And then the products that are demanded in terms of value, most traded products in terms of what value, we had sweet potatoes, guache and arrowroots, pumpkin, and this, as you can see, these products are products which Kenyans refer as organic. Some are organic, sweet potatoes. Yeah. So actually, they are products which are more preferred by consumers as organic, and it's good that we see how we can be growing them. When we were doing this market survey in this year, I also wanted to find out some challenges that traders and farmers and other organic sector actors are facing. And we divided these challenges into four. One was around communication and coordination, that there are gaps in the way that we pass information. There's need for better communication. How do we create more forums so that people can be communicating to each other, so that people who are doing farming can know who are doing trading, can know where they can get organic inputs and things like that. And then connecting farmers to new markets. How do we get a platform where farmers can be able to be getting information about new upcoming markets, new traders who are coming in, shops which are opening and they're interested to stock organic. Ensuring that we have consistency of supply has been an issue. It's also an issue even now. And there are people who are requesting for one to be involved in trading. Of course, we are not a trading organization. And then there was some challenges in the farming techniques. For example, how do you develop a planting program, be able to consistently supply the market? Which crops can you use as repellents? And how can you intercrop them? You know, this crop is good when you are intercropping with this one so that you can repel specific pests. And then improving water availability, collecting water, preserving water so that you can be able to produce. Having agronomists who are qualified and they can provide support to farmers. Yeah. Right now, the extension system, which is led by county government, is not very strong. Yeah, and mostly is conventional based. So how do we have a system where if a farmer wants to get advice or information or training about organic, he can be able to access this fast and in a way that is not expensive. Maybe you have an agronomist on call. Kuna shida hii pest, unapigia mtu simu, una describe alafu anakuambia hii ndio unafaa kufanya. Then the other area is marketing and distribution. We need more markets for organic products, open more shops, increase access of organic products, subsidizing organic products to reduce prices. So government is giving free, not free, but subsidized fertilizers. So are they giving organic fertilizers? Ama the chemical tupu? Huh? So we also need subsidies for organic, yeah, because also organic farmers, they are Kenyans and they voted. Yeah, they woke up very early to do this. So we need advocacy. I think ICE is doing a good work about advocating for this, and I think this should continue. Supply chain management. How do we improve logistics on how organic products are being supplied to the market? Yeah. Can we have traders? Of course, we need farmers to be organized. Bulking produce, so that traders can be interested to go and get produce from farmers, pick produce from the farms. So encouraging farmers to be able to supply together as a group to bulk their products so that it can be interesting and economical for traders to be able to pick this produce. So that is the end of this session. I don't know whether there is any quick question before I sit. Kuna kitu ambayo haikupatikana vile nimesema? Silence means mukupata kitu. Oh, sawa.
I just want to comment on water. If there is technical advice, like now, a lot of water is being wasted. And there are areas where the farmers can store this water to do irrigation. But now it is really being wasted. Like me, I would love to have it, even just water passing by. And you make a dam, then you put that water in and you use it later on for irrigation. So if we can incorporate this to farmers, training them on how to do water harvesting, I would appreciate if there is a technical advice or where I can get this advice from.
Thank you. I think that's an important point, that you can't grow food without water. We need to see ways on how we can enhance water harvesting, especially now it's raining. I know there are farmers here who have evidence, and they are doing water correction. They have very good systems in place. Maybe you can get one farmer who is doing it, and then we cross this session because we don't have much time. But are you doing water harvesting? It's another one. Let's listen to ICE. Maybe they have a program for water harvesting.
Thank you. I may not speak so much about water, but my comment was a bit different. But one thing I know about water is that we should encourage our farmers to do what you call in situ water harvesting. Not necessarily about the dam, not necessarily about the tanks, but taking care of your land such in a way that runoff does not get away with what you have on your farm. In fact, I've always told farmers this. You could be having your title deed of your land, but the main resource of land has gone to the ocean. Get me right. You have a title deed that you own the land, but the main resource of that land has been washed away. You get me right? And I think this is something that we should encourage our farmers. In situ water harvesting is very important. Now, let me come back to my comment that he has talked about policies and advocacy. Indeed, our way of thinking how agriculture should grow is around fertilizer subsidy. Can we demand our rights, as he has said? That's what I want to emphasize. Even as we're in the organic space, can we demand the same equal treatment with those who are demanding for fertilizer? Can we step up our game and say, even as we want our manure to be subsidized, to be available? I'm really encouraged these days when I travel to my village. If you go through Nyeri and Moya, you find a lot of manure being sold on the roadside. We have seen that. Do you know that manure come from where? Samburu, Marisabit, Laikipia. Can we encourage agro-pastoralists be the people to supply us with that manure that we demand in our villages? Indeed, our cows now in Kiambu, Moranga, and Meru, and it's only one cow. Kienda sana ni tatu. So that cannot even supply enough manure for our farms. But how do we encourage agro-pastoralists or pastoralists to supply to us more of that products? The other big comment I want to make as my part of my submission is how do we make agroecology, organic farming, economically viable? That's another thing we need to think about in our space as we talk about this participatory guarantee system. How do we make it demand driven? How do we make it more economically viable for ourselves? Thank you so much.
So thanks very much for those additions. I think they were not questions because these are big questions which I don't have answer for. I think we should continue discussions on this. We'll have a session where we'll have breakouts so that we can have discussions in small groups. I wanted us, I know I can see your hand, I saw his hand, but I want us to continue with our program. We already behind schedule quite a lot. So, and because you get more opportunity of discussions, please allow me that we go to the next session so that we can save on time. Martin, you can take over.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Samuel. You know, you want to anchor your PGS with something that brings money to your pocket. And seeing the figures that are being put forward, you can already see it is a promising future. And, you have to position yourself where you're going to receive those benefits. Sometimes we delay, and then other people are faster than us, and they end up benefiting before us. And by the time we are there, we don't have a good footing. So I want us to go into a session where we are going to talk about ourselves. I'm talking about PGS groups. We are going to talk about ourselves. We are going to say what we do, what is our unique selling position. Okay. Imagine you're selling your product to somebody. We are representing different regions right now. We have all the way from Western. Watu wa Western wainue mkono. Watu wa Western, asanteni sana. We have all the way from Eastern. Eastern wainue mkono. Eastern. Thank you very much. We have, I don't know kama Rift Valley tuko na PGS hii. Who is from Rift Valley? Kajiado nyinyi tumeweka Central, Nairobi and Central. Unajua nyinyi ni watu wa Karen ama Karen views. Yes. Let us also to recognize watu wa tuseme Nairobi Central. Coast. Mleshu uko peke yako. That we need to work on that one. And then ni wapi nimesahau? Nairobi Central nimewaita. Nairobi, yeah, because we are 5 regions. Our goal is Northeastern, bado. These are the things that should be raised kwa hii kikao, so that once we leave here, we say we have a gap and we need to address it, and then you have people to work on it. So without too much, I'm going to ask, for each region, you have your regional representative. Ni kweli? Yeah? Na kama where you are the only representative kwa hiyo region, itabidi umefikiria what exactly you are about and what you can provide. Let us put our best foot forward. I'm going to give the different PGS groups an opportunity to state what is their uniqueness. 1 to 3 minutes. Mnaona kwa hiyo introduction and presentation. Yes. We have different groups, they are doing different things. At the end of the day, we want to create a trade relationship. Yeah? If we have regional products coming from one area going to the other, I know we cannot all grow the same things. So, sitaki kusema ati itakuwa random. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to confer with your members of your region. And then I'm going to ask the regional representative to speak on behalf of your region. Okay. We want to cement the fact that you need to know your, unajua hapa tumeelect watu na tunaonanga wakati tuko na mikutano. We understand? Let us create that identity so that once you bring somebody forward, they are going to also be presenting your products. So, Central, Nairobi Central, groups that are coming from Nairobi Central, your hands. Your representative is Tony Masiza. Tony Masiza, simama watu wakuone. Have you ever seen him before? Watu wa Kirinyaga, mumemuona tena? Have you seen him before? Monica, umemuona tena? Mwadhi, umemuona tena? Umemuona sana. Mungai, umemuona tena? Have you ever seen this guy? Just once. Yeah. So it is expected. And then we go to Western, Fred. Yeah, Fred, please stand up. You're the Western representative. Watu wa Western wainua mkono. Have you seen this guy? Here. He's the one who's supposed to represent your interests from a regional perspective. Kiwa na umeuliza mambo ya maji, umeuliza, that is the guy that is supposed to at least table and make us understand that those are the challenges are coming from there. Let's go to Eastern. Eastern. Ni watu wangapi wako hapa from Eastern? Sandra, could you please stand up? Has anybody ever seen this guy? Ama ni mgeni kwetu? Yeah. So we are going to say which products are we trading, where do you think you can position yourself? I know we have traders from those different regions. And then now we come to Coast. Nani wa Coast kutoka hapa? Hakuna mtu wa Coast. Mlesho uko peke yako. But we will cultivate those groups. Yeah. Rift Valley. Nani ametoka Rift Valley? Rift Valley. Naona Slow Food wako pale, lakini hauna mtu wa Rift Valley. Hakukuja. Yeah. Sure, we need to have groups from Rift Valley. Yeah, we need to bring groups from Rift Valley. So I'm going to give you, the instruction is clear. Communicate with your regional rep and tell them which are the products that you have. Where do you think your opportunity lies? And then he's going to come here. Unajua nimesema hii on purpose. Kwa sababu all the representatives are what? Sasa sio makosa yetu, ni watu walipiga kura hivyo. It's supposed to take 30 minutes to complete. We can do it much sooner. An opportunity to know who are our regional representatives. Other NGOs, please also get to know these guys. Yeah, thank you. So, we will convene back at Saini 10:52. Yes, once we do the introductions, we can, I'm even thinking, we can take this opportunity to have a networking tea. Mnaonaje? Yeah, as you go take your tea, you communicate with your regional representative, and then once you are back from tea, you do the presentation. Is that okay? Yeah, that gives us a good opportunity. So our tea break is supposed to be Ni ukweli. Lazima we have choices. We have reason. Yes, we are wasting much time. I'm this. I'm going to start with our representative, who will be followed by Western. Then they are going to be followed by Eastern. And finally, we are going to have Central and Nairobi region. Currently, we do not have a group in Rift Valley. We need to make sure that we solve that problem before we leave here today. Okay, so Elijah, karibu sana.
Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Tea break imekuwaje? Imekuwa poa? Okay. Oh, sawa, mimi ni Mulesh kutoka Taita Taveta, Coast Region, na represent Coast Region, na I'm a TOT in developing. Kuna group inaitwa Mbolia Farmer Field School. They are trained as a Farmer Field School group. And currently what we are doing, tumeanza kukuza pojo, green gram, as one, that is the area we are touching, because this green gram is agriculture climate resilient crop. And our county in the previous years has been very much affected by drought. So we went for this faster growing crop, and it's a crop which can be grown without using chemicals. It does not need a lot of maybe chemicals, so that's what we decided to start with. And another area which we feel we can adventure in the future is honey, because we have a lot of acacia, and also we have a lot of sisal. In sisal estate, these are places where they don't use any chemicals, so we can get pure organic honey. So that is what I have for today, because I'm a lone ranger, but next time I hope I'll be coming with a team, because I'm in the process of recruiting a team, those who are doing organic. Personally, I have an organic farm whereby we grow a lot of things, majorly, almost all drought tolerant crops like sorghum. We have kales, spinach. It's doing well in dry areas. What is missing is when you have enough water, you can do anything with the dry land, and you will not require any fertilizer. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next region we have, and you have 5 minutes. Why? And I thought basi tutatransferia wenye watataka hiyo time. Okay. So me, I represent a TREP program, and we have the following groups. We have Kamichaka Bondo that does cassava. We have Kamichaka Bondo
that has been given certification for cassava products. They are both producers. They do value addition and marketing. Then we have ASEP, that, I mean, the NGO behind Kamichaka Bondo is CREP. Then we have ASEP, that is the NGO behind Kanyadero Rongo peanut butter producers. They also do indigenous produce, indigenous vegetables, and that range from spider herb, nightshade, cowpeas, and jute planter. They also do value addition and producers on the same. Now we have Itumbi. Itumbi is backed by this NGO called VI. The self-help group Itumbi does groundnuts, local vegetables, bananas, and passion fruits. Then we have Isembe Fati. Isembe Fati majorly focus on vegetables, local vegetables. Now, what we think will put us together, the opportunity, is we can enhance our volumes for the different produces that we are producing at our respective areas, and we can combine that and look for a market together. Then again, we can do a joint proposal and appeal for basket funding so that we can have this funding going to all of us so that we can enhance production and also other activities that we are involved with. I don't know whether there is anything I need to add more. My group members, is there something I've left out? Charles? Yes? Beatrice? No? Okay. I think I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. That is from Western. We can see the products that are there. And now we come to Eastern. I know you also have very many products. Yes.
And as you quite say, Salimiana from Western, I'm from Eastern. We major in fruits. We got mainly mango fruits. Then we got pawpaw, we got passion fruits and oranges. But we also do cereals and tubers. Our objective and poultry, our objective is to get into value addition, because we have seen that the farmer does not get compensated for his sweat. And I want to start with a simple explanation of what that means if we get into value addition. 1.6 kilograms of mangoes will make 1 liter of mango puree. That 1.6 kilograms will cost, or we sell at 28 shillings. If we make puree out of that, 1 liter will go for 100 shillings. So you can see, because we have a cooperative that is owned by the same farmers who are doing the production. So you can see the farmer will elevate his earning from 28 shillings to 100 shillings. We do not wish to stop at that point. We want to go further than that, and we'll be making juice out of the mango puree. Out of the 1 liter of mango puree, we'll be able to make 3 liters of mango juice. 1 liter of mango juice, to be able to get an entry into the market, we want to start selling it at 140 shillings. 3 liters will be 420 shillings. So you can see we are moving from 28 shillings to 100 shillings to 420 shillings. And that is the way we want to move. We already have been able to get assistance, and we have been given the machines. We have installed them, but when we first tested them, our Papa, it had some problems, and we have rectified the problem. And we wish to start producing pulp and juice by end of December. When it comes to poultry, I'm meant to understand out of 1 kilo of poultry meat, you can make 150 sausages. Just sell a sausage for 30 shillings. And you see how much you can make out of that 1 kilo poultry. 450. What is better than that? 4,500 shillings out of one kilo of poultry. What is better than that? Farmers, let us wake up and start getting to value addition, because we can do it. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Yes, right now I'm going to. Sorry, your member feedback. We've heard from 3 groups. Now we have the last group, that is Central and Nairobi. You have 5 minutes to present, and then they have petition for more time, but we'll see.
Thank you so much, Martin. I think on my part, I can realize I have a wider scope. We have many groups. And so I'll just go through the different kinds of products that they engage in. We started with the Kiserian group, doing indigenous vegetables. We have tubers, that is mihogo, sweet potatoes, value addition crisps. We also have dried vegetables. Some of us have cows, and so we do butter, yogurt, and ghee. We also have herbs, and we do value addition. We have a demo farm. We also do poultry, both chicken and ducks. So we also sell both meat and eggs. We have indigenous maize. And then lastly, I will talk about the seed saving. We have seed banks in Kiserian. Then just to top it off, we have a shop and a market that we use to be able to sell our produce. Then we went to the Kirinyaga group. They have fresh produce like avocado, nduma, sweet potatoes. We have indigenous vegetables, honey, banana, macadamia. Cassava, sweet potatoes, they do nduma, dry and make flour from it. They have vegetables, all types of vegetables. Bananas also, they dry green bananas and make flour from them. They do also value addition on herbs. And then they have plantain, and both ripe and unripe, they make flour. It was a very interesting discussion. Then we have the Ainogof. They also do all the vegetables, herbs and spices, including the red and white onions. They have fruits from pineapples, tomatoes, pomegranates, grapes, guavas, papaya, oranges. The list is endless. They also have arrowroots, Irish, and sweet potatoes, cassava also. They have brown and white rice, very interesting. Beans, sorghum. White and yellow maize flour. They also sell eggs, goat meat, kienyeji chicken, butter, and fish. They also do cosmetics, farm inputs, and honey. And to top it off, they also have a market. Thank you.
Very much, very much. You can see that we have a lot of things to offer, and most of them we just have to speak out and say that we have them. I know. I'll just ask a question. How many of us use WhatsApp? Yeah. How many of us use Facebook, Twitter, any of the social media? Any. I see number ni kama 98%. Now the other question is, how many of us use those channels to sell our products? By a show of hands. You see, they are much fewer. Naona ni kama 60%. You know, we talk, but do we walk the talk? We have potential people who are looking for our products. I will not speak too much about it, but remember, you are the one who is most responsible for what you have and what you sell. Okay? In Kikuyu, kuna hii inasema, I'll just translate it into Kiswahili. Kurefuka ni Mungu, kunenepa ni bidii yako. Sawa sawa. I will leave you with that. So, we are going to go to the next part of our agenda. Ole wacha nimekunyang'anya program yako. This will be moderated by Samuel, and it's about, actually it's a presentation, sorry. It's going to be a presentation. And this presentation will help us kujua, are we where we are supposed to be? You know, we are calling ourselves PGS, we are calling ourselves organic farmers, but the question is, are we really PGS? You know, but acha nimwachie Samuel. Karibu sana Samuel.
Thank you, Martin. The theme of this workshop is being a PGS instead of doing PGS. Do you know what that means? Tunajua doing, the difference between being and doing. Being ni kusema nini kwa Kiswahili? Yes. Anafanya nini? Anaongea ama anafanya? Mwenyewe ni PGS. Kwa hivyo anafanya mambo. Mmoja ni member wa group. Saa mmoja ni kuwa member tu pale anakaa. Lakini mwingine ana own PGS. Anaona ni kitu yake, si ndio? Kwa hivyo anahusika na ile maneno yote inafanyika. Huyo ni being PGS ama ni doing PGS? Ha? Nyinyi mmesimamia wapi? Are you doing PGS? Hata tuone wale wana huwa doing PGS. Yes. Haya, turudie tena. Sasa hivi nimepata kitu mzuri. Who is doing PGS? Wacha nione. Doing PGS, PGS 3, 5, 6. Being PGS. Nani anasema mimi niko kwa pande ya being PGS? Haya, wacha tuone. Nani ajui vile nauliza? Nani amerara? So why we are bringing this in? Actually, that statement was coined last year when we had a master student who was doing a study on PGS in Kenya. And what she was presenting her report, she said, most of the farmers in Kenya who have PGS, they are actually doing PGS. Huh? But the ideal way that a PGS should be, and farmers in PGS groups, it should be doing a PGS, owning the PGS. Kuna wengine walikuwa wanasema PGS ni ya Coan. Coan ni PGS. Si mnaona namna hiyo? It's very important for farmers to own PGS because PGS is for you. It's your system that you are building. As a farmer, you are central in the PGS. A departure from the third party system, where somebody from outside is the one who is in charge. Who is like, you doing this to a torch on your head and determining whether you are organic or not. In PGS, you are central determination whether you are organic or not. Are you getting the difference? So it's very important that we being a PGS rather than doing PGS. So I wanted us to look at what PGS is, and this is a general definition that it's mostly used. When we talk about PGS, it was defined by IFOAM, which is the International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movements, that it is simply a system of trust based on known consequences. If you don't have trust in PGS, then we don't have a PGS. Kuaminiana, sivyo? Nyinyi mnaaminiana kwa PGS yenu? What is the level of trust within your PGS group? And trust here, trust should be a two-way system. Sivyo? Tunaongea mambo ya trust kama kuna watu wawili, mmoja akiamini mwingine, sivyo? Sasa kwa PGS yetu nani anaamini mwingine? Si nimesema lazima kuwe na watu wawili. So wewe unaamini nani ama nani anakuamini? Ama hatujui umesema group inaitwa Kaliko. Nilikuwa nafikiri inaitwa ile jina lingine. Ile jina lingine. Kuna jina ambao mlikuwa mnatumia bereni. So nyinyi kwa PGS yenu, wewe kama binafsi unaamini nani? Ama nani anafaa kuamini? Wewe unaamini mkulima mwenzako? Mnamaanisha nini ukisema mnaaminiana nyinyi wote? Unaamini mkulima mwenzako? Ha? Haya, nani mwingine kwa hiyo system? Yeah, wale customer tunauzia wanafaa kutuamini, si ndio? Haya, nani mwingine hapo kwa hiyo kuaminiana? Ako hapo? Una wakulima mwenzako, ha? Na yule mnunuzi, si ndio? Nani mwingine? People around, so stakeholder ni jina kubwa, lakini stakeholder mmoja ni nani? Serikali kama wako, si ndio? Transporters, ha? Nani mwingine? Wale extension staff tunafanya na wao, si ndio? So in the PGS, as I have said, because trust is important, you as a member of PGS and your group members should be aware that if this trust is broken, kama itafika bahari tusikuamini, ongea mambo ya guarantee, si ndio? Kwa sababu vile unafanya hatuwezi kuamini vile unafanya. If we break that trust, because hiyo ndio ina so
tuna sheria ile ambayo inatuongoza, lakini sisi hatufuatilii. Hatuwezi andika
sheria, si ndio? Ama tunasema hii na tunafanya hii nyingine kama politicians, si ndio? Nasema nitampatia hii lakini nampatia hii nyingine, so huwezi aminika, si ndio? So kwa ile ukulima ambao tunafanya, of course maadili ambayo tuko nayo ya kusema na kutenda iko na maana sana au muhimu kwa kuaminiwa, kwa sababu tunasema hii kilimo ya organic hakuna mtu anasukuma wewe kufanya, wewe ndio umejitolea, si ndio? Wewe ndio umedecide hii ni kitu mzuri kufanya. Ni kama tu wale kuokoka, si ndio? Hakuna mtu anauliza wewe kama hujaokoka, si ndio? Umeamua wewe ndio una, lakini mbona ukifanya hivyo unaokoka alafu unafanya vitu zingine ambazo hazirikani na hiyo? So hiyo ndio kitu ya maana, na tunasema PGS allows for consumers, farmers and all stakeholders in the value chain to create a trust system which is based on trust, transparency. Hawezi aminiwa kama hauna uwazi, si ndio? Kama hakuna uwazi hakuna kuaminiwa. Na tunasema hii PGS inatumia mambo ya volunteering sana. Tunajua mambo ya volunteering sio kitu rahisi, kwa sababu tunataka kuondokea mambo ya gharama nyingi ya kusema ama kuleta mtu kutuambia tunalima organic. Sababu sisi tunajijua, tunajiamini, tuko trustworthy, tuko transparent, si ndio? Na kama tuko hivyo, hii njia ambayo tuko nayo hatufai ati tunalipa mtu ndio atuelezee hii maneno, sababu tunajua vile tunafanya. Lakini kama hatulipi, na lazima kazi ifanywe, sababu lazima kukue na jinsi vile tunahakikisha ya kwamba ile mambo ambayo tunasema ni ya kweli, si ndio? Hapo ndio kunakuja mambo ya volunteering. Kwa kikundi lazima tukue tunajitolea, hii maneno ndio ingie mzuri. So hata kwa PGS iko na hiyo mambo ya volunteering, because hata kama tunasema sisi ni watu ya organic, kuna consumers ambao wanataka tuhakikishe ya kwamba ile chakula tunawauzia kweli ni ya kilimo hai ama ni organic. Na ndio hii system imetengenezwa kwa njia ambayo inaweza kuwa formalized. Mtu akiangalia hivi vile mnafanya, anaona mnatoka point A, mnaenda B, mnaenda C, na inaonekana ni kitu ambayo mtu anaweza soma. Anaweza angalia aone kweli inafanyika, na kweli hawa wakulima ile njia wanatumia ni njia ambayo mimi naweza amini ya kwamba wanalima chakula ya kilimo hai. So ile mambo yote ambayo inafanyika pale iko na volunteering. Lazima watu wajitolee katika PGS. Kama sisi hatuko tayari kujitolea, tunatarajia kulipwa na watu wengine ama kulipwa na NGOs. Sasa hiyo maneno inakuwa ngumu. Hatutaweza kutimiza ile malengo ambayo ni ya PGS. Mnanipata hapo? So wacha tuangalie hii. Hii najua wengi wetu tumeshaona pahali. Common features of PGS. Features inamaanisha kwamba tukiangalia hiyo PGS yenu lazima sema features ya hii remote. Ndio. So hii remote ni right. Lazima kukuwe na recognized production standards. Lazima kukuwe na sheria ambayo mnafuata na hizo sheria zinajulikana. So PGS yenu inakuanga na hizo sheria ambao nyinyi mnafuata, mnasema mnafuata hii sheria na inajulikana. Members wetu hadi hiyo sheria wafuate. Vile tunafaa kufanya ni kutengeneza sheria ya kidani ama internal rules. Halafu hizo rules tunahakikisha kwamba haiendi kinyume na sheria ya East African Organic Product Standard. Si hivyo? Ni group gani haina sheria ya kidani? Si tuko nazo sisi wote, si ndio? Ama kuna group haina? Tusaidie kutengeneza. Sisi zote tuko nayo. Halafu tunasema hizi sheria kwa sababu hii standards na hii internal rules zinamaanisha kitu moja. Tofauti hapa tunasema lazima kukuwe na makubaliano baadhi ya washikadau, stakeholders. Na tumesema stakeholders ni nani? Wakulima wa kikundi, consumers, traders, extension officers, si ndio? Nyinyi kama kikundi mmekuwa na hii utaratibu ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba wale washikadau wamekubaliana ile sheria ya kidani ambayo mmetengeneza. Hiyo maneno mmefanya? Haijafanyika? Imefanyika? Shadrack anasema yeye hajui kama kikundi yake inafanya hivyo. Nani mwingine hajui kama kikundi yake ile imetimiza hiyo? Nani ametimiza hiyo kwa kikundi yake? Hebu nione kwa mkono. Kamija Kobodo. Hapa tuko na vikundi gapi ya PGS? Hebu nione kwa mkono. PGS groups, PGS. Ande hii kuna moja. So, naulizaje, nyinyi mlikuwa na utaratibu wa kuleta washikadau pamoja mkakubaliana mambo ya hii sheria ya kidani? Nani alikuwa na hiyo utaratibu? Nataka kuelezewa na mmoja tu vile walifanya. I think Charles tueleze.
Tulikaa kama kikundi, alafu
tukaangalia vile sisi kama wanachama tutaendeleza maneno yetu kwa kikundi, na tukakubaliana, tukachaguana, kila mtu asike mahali atafaa. Tulichagua kila mtu akasika. Kama mimi nilichaguliwa kama inspector, kuangalia kama unafuata sheria, kwa vile iko standards yenye tunatakikana kama PGS ufuate hiyo standards. Kama umeenda kando, sisi kama mimi na mwenzangu kama inspectors tutakuja kwako kuangalia kama unafuata sheria. Kama iko mahali umekosa, recommend utaitwa kwa kikundi. Kama ni expansion, uta-expect kwa wanaweka. So, unajua lazima tulichagua kikundi wengine wa kufanya majadiliano kama iko makosa kwa kikundi. Management yangu. Mkutano tulikuwa kama wanachama, tukaitana na extension officers, tulikuwa na extension officers. Hata siku hiyo mkoani pia tulikuwa siku hiyo. Tulikuwa tunatengeneza hiyo sheria.
Niulize swali sababu sijasikia akitaja mambo ya washikadau wengine. Kuna washikadau wanakuanga wagumu kuhusika katika mikutano na utaratibu hii ya kusikizana mambo ya internal rules. Wako wanakuwa ni wagumu kupatikana ama kuhusika. Hiko ni kama nani?
Serikali na hata customers zingine kuwapata ni ngumu.
Haya, serikali na customers tunaweza fanyaje ndio tuweze kuinterest customers kuwa wanahusika katika hii mikutano? Sababu hii ni kitu ambayo ni common kwa PGS nyingi. Kuna PGS hapa imekuwa na mfano mzuri wa kuhusisha consumers katika mikutano yao, ama ile mambo wanafanya. Natueleza wanafanya nini? Haina kwa nyinyi, hamna utaratibu mzuri wa consumers.
Okay, utaratibu ule tuko nao wa consumers, sababu wengi wao hawezi wakapatikana kuja kwa mkutano, ya kwamba tumewafungulia platform ambayo wanaweza wakatumia express their views. Kama kuna kitu ambacho hakijawafurahisha, wanatuma ujumbe kwa hiyo platform. So tuko na education platform na tuko na market platform. Market platform hawezi wakatuma any messages, lakini education platform, that's where they raise matters, even questions on what we are doing, quality, or even questions on what can I do about something. So we use a platform to reach out our customers. There are many, some even don't buy, but they want to remain in the platform. Thank you.
Yeah, asante. Kama vile Mother amesema wako na platform inaitwa ni mtandao ama ni nini? Wale watu wanajua mambo ya technology. Kikundi yao inatumia WhatsApp group. Na hii ni mzuri sana, I think tunaweza soma vikundi zingine. Wako na mtandao ambao ni wao wa wakulima, na pia wako na mtandao mwingine wa consumers ambao wanatumia kupatia ujumbe na kupata ujumbe kutoka kwa consumers. Na hiyo nafikiri ni njia muhimu ambayo tunaweza tumia kuhusisha hao consumers.
Maybe ile naweza ongezea mara kwa mara. I think kila mwaka tunakuwa na world full day event yenye tuna incorporate all stakeholders, na hapo ndio tunakuwa na kongamano ya watu wote. Asante.
Yeah, wanafanya World Food Day ambao wanaita consumers kuhudhuria. na hiyo inakuwa ni njia moja ya kuwafikia ndio kupata ni rubber stamp kama ni nini, kwa sababu tunaongea mambo ya agreeing on the rules lakini hiyo ni njia moja ya kufikia consumers pia. So kuna mambo mengine hapa imeandikwa that PGS should be built from grassroots, ambayo najua wengi wenu mnatimiza hiyo kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mmeuda hiyo PGS, sio watu wengine wanakuja kumwambia vile mtaunda, si ndio? And then appropriate for smallholder agriculture. PGS zetu ni za wakulima wadogo, hiyo hapo tunapita, si ndio? Principles and values that affect culture of the producers. Ile PGS ambao tunatengeneza ni yetu pale ya wale watu ambao tunakaa pamoja, tuna kacha moja, na ile maneno tunafanya inalingana na vile tunaamini, labda vile tunakaa kama familia kwa ile areas about tumetoka, kwamba kwa jamii ile tumetoka, na pia tunajaribu kuangalia ile mambo ya kacha ambayo ni muhimu inaweza ingia kwa kilimo, na hiyo naamini wengi wetu labda tunaangalia hiyo. Kuna hii feature ingine inaitwa documented management systems and procedures. Documented management system inamaanisha ile mambo yote ambayo tunafanya kama kikundi tunaiandika chini, tuna document, na kila mmoja wetu katika kikundi anajua vile anafaa kufanya kwa wakati fulani. Procedures, utaratibu ya vile tunafanya kama kikundi. Utaratibu inaanza pale wakati tuna recruit new members wa kikundi. Tuko na utaratibu, tumeiandika chini, inajulikana. Si ati tunaamkia tu hivi alafu member yuko pale, na haja kufuata ile utaratibu ambao tumeandika chini, tumeiweka na tunafuata. Utaratibu wa mikutano tumeiandika chini. Utaratibu wa kufanya peer review tumeiandika chini. Tuko na ile tunaita PGS manual ambayo utaratibu yote ya kikundi tumeiweka pale. Kama vile Charles anaelezea mambo ya sanctioning ama punishment, tuko na hiyo utaratibu na tumeiandika chini. Hii ndio inamaanisha lazima tukue na hiyo kwa kikundi yetu. Nataka kujua ni kama tuko na PGS manual kwa kikundi yetu. Nani hawana PGS manual? Nani wako na PGS manual? Nani wako na PGS manual? Kikundi moja tu peke yake ndiko na manual. Hapana, uchukue mkono. Haja tuone tena nani wako na PGS manual kwa group yao. Una uhakika? Umetoka kikundi gani? Isembe. Najua nyinyi mko nayo. So wale hawana PGS manual wanafanya kazi namna gani? Kwa sababu hii feature hawana, hiyo utaratibu hawajaweka kwa. Nyinyi hamna PGS manual? Mko nayo? Ulikuwa umechukua mkono? Ama bado ulikuwa unafikiria kama mko nayo? Shadrack, nyinyi hamna PGS manual, mnafanya kazi namna gani? I think hii ni mada, nyinyi mko na PGS manual. Mko nayo. Hii ni kitu muhimu sana katika PGS. Na mko na mwalimu pale anaitwaje? Sylvia. Anaweza saidia nyinyi kutengeneza manual. Na nyinyi mbona hamna? Mnafanya mambo kienyeji. Hamunjaandika utaratibu. Hii ni mambo ambayo mnafaa kuwa nayo. Haya, kuna mambo mengine hapa, mechanisms for verify farmers compliance. Hii ni mambo ya peer review. Peer review. Lazima kila mwaka tukue na njia ya kuangalia wanachama na kwamba wanafuata ile sheria ambayo tumeweka. Hiyo njia mechanism haijaelezewa inafaa kuwa namna gani. Either ni kikundi yote inatembelea, ama ni group ama committee, ama ni wanachama wawili wanazunguka hiyo mashamba yote, haijasemekana. Lakini lazima mkuwe na njia, taratibu ya kuhakikisha kila member wa kikundi anafuata sheria, na hii inafaa kufanywa kila mwaka. Hata kama assessment ya PGS inafaa kufanywa after 2 years, ile peer review mnafaa kufanya kila mwaka. Hebu nisikie kama huwa mnafanya peer review. Nani wamefanya peer review hii mwaka? Nani wamefanya peer review hii mwaka? Hakuna? Hiyo ni 2023 nasema. Tuko mwezi mmoja tumebakia tumalize mwaka. Nani wamefanya peer review hii mwaka? Hakuna mtu amefanya?
We have a training next week, and so after that we were planning to do. And you know, normally you sponsor us. Now we have been waiting for you.
Umesikia vile anasema? Umesikia vile anasema? Mbona mtafanya?
Sisi huwa tunafanya December, second week of December. Ndio tujafanya mwaka huu. Mwaka jana tulifanya.
We've been doing annually. We were actually scheduled to have it this month, but we haven't done. So actually we've moved it to January. So this year we have skipped. Yeah, true.
And we are saying that's not good practice. Mmepanga lini?
Tulifanya last year. Kwa hivyo this year tulikuwa tumefanya.
Na hamna mpango ya kufanya?
Naweza kusema these common features are overdue. We should have had them yesterday, not today, so that we can be able to follow each and every point here to hakikisha that we are in PGS, not doing PGS.
Hii mwaka tujafanya, tutaifanya January.
So kila mtu saa hii ni January, eh?
Hii mwaka tujafanya, lakini tutafanya in the next coming 2 weeks kwa sababu we have a training.
So I think what we are trying to say here is to be a good PGS, you need to be doing peer review every year without skipping and without waiting for core and facts, because hatuna pesa ya kufanya PGS peer review. Yeah. So let's commit to that. We want to be good PGS groups so that we can have these features in place. Technical development for farmers. Lazima tukue na njia ya kufundishana ya masomo katika PGS zetu. Najua kuna vikundi hapa ziko na mpangilio mzuri wa hiyo maneno ya trainings, experience sharing knowledge, sharing information. Sindio? Nani wanaona wanafanya kazi mzuri kwa hiyo area? Watueleze vile wanafanya. Hapo ya training, sharing information. Yes, lakini umeongea, wacha tusikie wale wengine.
Vile tunafanya kwa group yetu, ukisikia pahali kuna exhibition, huwa tunatuma watu waende na watuletee hiyo knowledge. Pia huwa tunaita NGOs zingine wakuje watuelimishe. Hiyo ndio tunafanya. Na tunaita wale wamesoma mambo ya horticulture wale wanataka kubadilika watoke ile pande ingine, wana practice na sisi ile kazi tunafanya na wanatusaidia sana.
Thank you wenyewe PGS ya Gatanga.
Maybe he has covered everything, but what we do is we look at the gaps that we have. Yani tunaangalia tuko na upungufu gani kwa kikundi chetu, and then tunaita mtaalamu ambaye anaweza kuja kutuelimisha vile tunaweza rekebisha huo upungufu.
Thank you. So wana organize mpango ya mafundisho kulingana na ile upungufu ama gaps ambao wameona kwa baadhi ya wakulima. Kama na jinsi ya kuzuia wadudu, wanaona kuna shida, wanaita mtaalamu, anakuja anafundisha na mambo kama hiyo. Lakini kuna watu hapa wa PGS ambao hawafanyi hivyo. Hii ni wake up call. Kila mwaka lazima mkuwe na hiyo mpangilio. Mhakikishe kwamba members wenu wanafundishwa. Kwa njia ya kama vile wanafanya ya kutuma watu trade fairs, kukuwa na field days, kukuwa na masomo, mnaita wataalamu, hata mnaweza kuwa mnaita koan wataalamu wengine kulingana na ile mahitaji ambayo mko nayo katika kikundi. Kuna kitu kingine hapa, mambo ya farmers pledge. Hii najua tuko nayo tayari. Nani hawana farmers pledge? Nani wako na farmers pledge? Hiyo najua ni rahisi. Kila member wetu ameshachukua hiyo pledge. Kuna watu wako na labels ama seal kwa PGS yao, wako na label yao. Nani ako na label? Go farm, nimeshaona yao. Naitwa Jen. tumeongea mambo ya trust, si ndio? Sitoki kuongea tena mambo yake. Sababu hii pia lazima tukue nayo katika kikundi. Na ya mwisho ni learning process, kama vile tumesema, lazima tukue na utaratibu wa kufundishana. Tunatembeleana sisi kama members wa kikundi, tunakuwa na mipango ya kulete experts kutufundisha, kutengeneza field days, kuenda kuona maonyesho ama exhibitions, halafu tunakuwa na njia ya kuleta hiyo ujuzi katika kikundi yetu. Na hiyo learning process inafaa kuwa continuous. Hatufai kusema ati hii mwaka tuta organize field day, ile tumeambiwa kuna kama ya kikundi ya Katanga wana organize. Inafaa kuwa ni utaratibu, tumeweka timetable. Labda every 2 months tuko na mpangilio wa, naona wengine kama sisi vile mnapanga mambo ya exchange visit. Tunapanga tunaenda kutembelea PGS nyingine ambayo iko pahali fulani. Tunataka kuenda kuona vile wanafanya. Ile mwezi after 2 months tuko na mpango wa field day. Si ndio? The other 2 months tumepanga tutaenda exhibition pahali fulani. The other 2 months tuko na mwalimu atakuja kutufundisha. Hiyo maneno inakuwa muhimu sana katika PGS. Kwa sababu tunasema wakulima wa organic wanafaa kuwa na ujuzi zaidi wa wale wa conventional. Kwa sababu wewe hautarajii unaenda kwa chemist, sio chemist, agrovet, kwenda kuuliza nitapiga dawa gani, si ndio? Wewe unafaa kuzuia ile magonjwa ambayo inakuja kwako kabla ingie kwa shamba lako. Na hiyo inahitaji ujuzi, si ndio? Na kama mko kwa kikundi mnafaa kuwa na hiyo utaratibu kuhakikisha kwamba kila memba wenu kuna hiyo ujuzi ndio asiende kupiga madawa. Nafikiri nimeongea sana na na uhakika kwamba tumejaribu kuelewa ile ideal PGS inafaa kuwa na nini na nini. Nani yako na swali? Kuna ya mwisho hapa. Nilikuwa nimesahau Hii inaitwa horizontality watu wote ziko sawa. Wacha nione nani wako chairlady ama chairman wa kikundi hapa. Chairlady, chairman. Nani amekuwa chairman kwa muda wa mwaka mmoja? Nani amekuwa kwa muda wa miaka 2? Ndiye chairman. Miaka 3? Miaka 4? Acha nione chairman miaka 4, chairman Charles miaka 4. Nani mwingine? Chairlady miaka 4. Miaka 5? Mother chairlady miaka 5. Miaka 6? Nani ako beyond miaka 6 amekuwa chair ama chairman ama chairlady? Wani mnaona kama ni mbaya? Si the experience. Sinaonyesha wewe uko na experience ya kuongoza. Wewe ni kiongozi shupavu, si ndio? Kiongozi mzuri chairman. Tony. Hapana. Huwa tunasema unajua kwa PGS lazima tukue na kitu tunaita rotational responsibility. Tusikuwe na chairman wa maisha, si ndio? At least kila mtu katika PGS group zetu ako na hiyo kipawa ya kuongoza, anaweza kuongoza. Wewe unaweza kuwa ni mzuri, si ndio? Ama wewe ni mzuri zaidi, lakini kuna wengine wazuri, si ndio? Na tunafaa tujaribu kukuza hiyo talanta hao wazuri, ndio wakue wazuri zaidi kama wewe. Mnanipata? Sasa hii kama wewe ni chairman ama chairlady unaweza niangalia vibaya, lakini nasema hivi, jaribu ukimaliza miaka 2 upatie wengine nafasi. Si utoke kwa group, wakupe responsibility nyingine, si ndio? Upate mtu mwingine wa kuongoza. Usikuwe ati wewe ni treasurer wa maisha ama secretary wa maisha, wewe ndio unakuwa na mwandiko mzuri zaidi. Siku na wengine wanaweza kuwa na secretaries, si ndio? So tujaribu kufanya hiyo rotational responsibility kwa kikundi. kwa sababu huwa tunasema pia kwa PGS hakuna mtu mkubwa na mdogo. Kama tunafanya decision za kuangalia peer review reports, wakati mmemaliza kufanya peer review, huwa mna organize general meetings. Mna organize general meetings. Mna wengine organize. Mnakuanga na hiyo mpango. Mkimaliza peer review, lakini nyinyi hata mfanye peer review. Mnafanya? Haya, lakini pia livyo iko na mpangilio kwa sababu lazima mkuwe na report. Ambao mnaandika ya kila mkulima. Mkimaliza hiyo, mnafaa kuorganize mkutano ya kila member. Inaitwa General Assembly. Mnaenda pale kwa ile mkutano, halafu mnaangalia zile reports ambao zimetoka kwa peer review committee. Kama kuna mtu ambao hafuati sheria ile mmeweka, mnampatia punishment kwa ile mkutano. Wakati kila mtu anasikia. Isikuwe ati ni kamiti mmechagua pale ya kwenda kupunish watu. Mnanipata? So horizontality inamaanisha hivyo. Hakuna mtu ambaye ni mkubwa kushida mwingine. Ile decision inamekiwa na kila mtu. Mnanipata? Sio ati ni watu fulani wanakaa chini kufanya hivyo. Hiyo pia mambo ya horizontality inakuja hapo. Mambo ya rotation responsibility na pia wakati tuna make decision tunahusisha kila mtu katika kikundi. So hiyo tuhakikisha ya kwamba tutakuwa tukifanya hivyo. Na nimemalizia hapo sababu ya masaa. Asanteni sana. Unless kuna swali mnaweza nipigia makofi. Yeah. Haya, program inasema nini? Yes. Swali.
We are talking of an ideal PGS. Lakini nikiangalia hata vile tumeanza, we have a national PGS committee which is composed of farmers. What would happen to the traders group, consumers group, and all other stakeholders that should be represented in that PGS, national PGS committee? I would have thought that a forum like this one would be ideal to start inviting such people to form also teams tuungane pamoja na farmers.
Yeah, I think that's a valid concern. Ama issue that should be discussed. So remember when we are talking about structures, we can discuss that. How we can integrate traders, consumers within our national PGS structure. So, Martin, I think you can take over.
Thank you, Samuel. I think nimeona we are PGS, but we can still improve. Si ni ukweli? Yeah, we can still improve. We can still become better. And I think we have the potential of being the best in Africa. And maybe one day the world, yeah? What do you think? Yeah. Do you believe in yourselves? Yeah. It's all about creating guarantee, building trust between yourselves and internally, and then also with your customers. So, wacha nisiongee mengi. I'm going to speak 10 minutes about why we are doing all of this in terms of standards. Because, we can say we are organic and then we are PGS. But the question is, what does organic mean? Unajua nikitembea pale Nairobi niulize mtu kama anajua organic anasema ndio. Alafu nikienda nimuulize another question, what does organic mean to you? Anasema ni kutumia samadi wakati unalima. That to them is organic. Ni kupunguza utumizi wa madawa. But for us, organic is total disregard for synthetic chemicals. That is true, and GMOs. Hydroponic is not organic. I want to say this because Abu tuko online. The people who are online, hydroponic is not organic. So please go look for another standard that allows hydroponic and sell it as hydroponic. But let me just do a short presentation, and then we are not going to have much discussion about it because it's also going to feature into the breakout session. I'm going to do the presentation and then we do the breakout session. Just give me a moment. So this is tumesema sisi ni participatory, si ndivyo? So nitawauliza swali nikiendelea, and whoever answers correctly utakuwa na zawadi hapo mwisho. There'll be a gift, something that shows that you came here and you are very, very participatory, and you can now go home and present that gift. So tunajiuliza, we are PGS. We are also, we want to fall behind the mark of Kilimo Hai Organic. Do we know what Kilimo Hai Organic is? That is the first question. I don't know. We have very, very attentive ladies hapa mbele. Can I ask you that question?
Kilimo Hai Organic is to do agriculture which is sustainable to the soil you are using, so that you don't destroy the natural organisms which are in the soil. You retain them. By retaining them, you don't use artificial organic matter. So, artificial organic in spraying or in doing any form of organic, but you add fertility to the soil by making your own organic fertilizer. You can use cow dung, you can use waste from poultry, but you make it organic so that it is ready before you put it into the farm. You don't just use it also before it is ready to be put in the farm. And in that case, it is environmental friendly and ecosystems friendly, so that nothing is destroyed, whether it is the bees or anything in the surrounding area. That is to my understanding. Also, even the cereals we use, there are some which are introduced, but they are not, they could be GMO. But we should now try to make our seed bulking from our original, even if it is maize, which was there before, don't let it disappear. We should now try to start making our own seed bank and use the original maize we had of sorghum. But that's my understanding.
Asante sana. Amepita ama amefeli? Amepita. Wacha ni Caro, there's another question for you. So let me proceed with the presentation so that we don't spend too much time. Okay? So kuna maswali ambayo tunaulizwa sana. Unajua unaweza kuwa unasoma mambo ya organic, unafundishana organic, lakini there are some fundamental questions that come there, and you need to be able to respond to them. So kitu ya kwanza ni, what is an organic farmer and why should I care? Unajua, ukienda kwa pale kuuza bidhaa yako, sometimes you get people who question your product. You have presented a product, unawaambia hii kitu nimeilima organically, but then what is an organic farmer? I'm not going to answer that question. Most of these questions, I will not answer them. I will let you get the answer from each and every, whoever we are here. Get that answer yourself. Think about it. By the time we get here, we will just be able to answer them and answer them in your own way. The second thing ni, what is organic certification? Tumeambiwa hapa na Ndongo about PGS as an alternative certification. Then it means there's a more formal certification somewhere, and we are using alternative certification through PGS. The other one is, what are organic standards? Tunaambiwa kuna standards. Hata KEBS, kabla uuze maji hapa, I normally use this example. KEBS has a standard ya maji. There's also a standard for each and everything that is sold in the market. There has to be a standard. So what are organic standards? We keep on talking about standards. Even ladies, you say you have standards. What are those? You have to define them. You cannot be amorphous. Hauna mwelekeo. You have to have a focus, and you know what you want and what you don't want. Why are they important? I've mentioned that. And then what is kilimo hai? Utakuta hapa tumebrand kila kitu kilimo hai, kilimo hai, kilimo hai. What is that? Why is it important to us? You know, ukiangalia utaona there's more kilimo hai than there is corn. Can you count how many corns you can see and how many kilimo hais you can see around you? Do you know why? Yes, kilimo hai is what brings us all together. Okay, we'll talk about that. How do I know a product is organic certified? Tunaenda, unaona mtu ameandika kwa duka yake organic. You don't know, ukimuuliza, mimi ninachukuanga vitu zangu kwa mkulima fulani na najua tumiangi madawa. That is what we get in the market. How do we know? How can you identify? Hiyo ni, si nimekuambia. Do you know those stories? Si nimekuambia. I have told you. Now you have to believe me. And then where can I get organic produce and products? So, this answers what is organic and why should I care. We use fertilizers that are of organic origin. She has told us we take care of the soil. We avoid synthetic chemicals. We produce high quality food, and also farming systems that also respect biology. We don't kill. Unajua when you're talking to conventional farmers, yeye anataka kuua mdudu. Akiona kitu imeattack, yeye anataka kill. Kwambia umeona hiyo shamba vile iko safi. It is because there's nothing living on that. Hakuna chochote ambacho kinaishi hapo. Ikikuja inapigwa dawa inamalizwa. We know all this. I don't have to preach to the choir. We have the 10 reasons to go organic. Do you know them? Yes, do you know them? Yes, I'll not mention all of them. We can just see. One of the key things kwanza sahi tunafaa kupigania ni hii, patent free seeds. Remember that. As farmers, whenever you have to buy seeds from the agrovet, the moment that agrovet closes, your business is finished. Okay. Now we have harmony with Mother Nature, respects traditional wisdom, sustainable food security. This is very key. Right now we are having a lot of, we don't have food security in Kenya because kuna wakulima walipanda mahindi pale Uasin Gishu wakapata nini? Cobs only. Imagine you have invested all that time and all you get is what? Na imagine kama angekuwa ameenda akachukua mbegu yake kutoka kwa seed savers. they will be happy. So I mentioned about what is organic certification. It is a system by which products are considered to be grown organically. It is a system. Ndio maana PGS tunaita participatory guarantee system. We need to internalize hiyo sahi kwa sababu if we don't respect the system, then we don't have the guarantee. Samuel has spoken about having PGS manual. The manual outlines how your system operates. If farmers don't have the manual, they don't know how their system works. So ukimwambia peer review, anasema hiyo ni nini na mimi siitambui. So most of the time, even in Kenya, we have organic standards. We call them East Africa Organic Product Standards. I'm going to mention them. These are ways of defining whether a product is organic. You know, sometimes tunaenda kwa soko, mtu anakuambia hii nyanya yangu ni organic, kama hii si organic. Ukitaka kujua organic ni gani, how do you tell a product is organic in the market? There's a time tukua tunasema ni ile imeumaumwa na nini? Na wadudu, ile imeumaumwa na. Do you know the moment you say that, somebody will be clever, atakuwa naenda anaumisha mahali. No, I can tell you, kuna watu wanauza ndoma mahali kama Kawangware. Na hiyo ndoma inalimiwa sewage. Huwa wanaenda wanachukua red soil, wanaweka kwa magunia, wanafanya. Ukienda kwa soko unapata unasema hii ndoma ni ya imetoka wapi? Si unajua maji ya sewage vile inakaa. It is what color? Gray, black, grayish. And that because people have become aware of that, the market always adapts. Unajua hata scam, unasikia scam Kenya imekuwa mingi sana. Hata hiyo ni scam. So you cannot tell between these two nyanyas, you cannot tell which is organic and what is not organic. That's why we need standards. And it is all about trust. The moment you break trust with your customer, that is the end. We know retail outlets that have spent a lot of money to remove stigma from themselves because they broke the trust of the customer. You know, in business tunasema, it takes 10 times more money to acquire a new customer than it is to maintain an existing customer. Can you imagine? You take 10 times more money to be able to bring somebody in, but you have to maintain that they are in there. Okay. And then, let's talk about Kilimo Hai. Sasa hii ni kuongea mark. Why are we having these marks here and everywhere? It is because it is the only mark in Kenya and East Africa that shows that a product has been certified organic. Uliza KEBS, mark ya organic ni gani? Just ask them. The East Africa organic mark, this is the only mark in Africa. We are the only region in the whole of Africa to have a standard, a regional organic standard. This mark is respected in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi. Na sasa DRC wametujoin. You can still sell your product as organic wapi? There. So the fact that as PGSs, we are allowed to use this mark, it is also a privilege that they respect the guarantee that we provide for the product. Even Greenspoon, Carrefour supermarket, you will see products with this mark. And they accept that that is organic. The moment the product is in with the mark, it is already organic. It has gone through a process. Now, we have the East Africa Organic Product Standards. This is a regional standard. We have our brothers and sisters from the other regions who have the same standards. Kama sai, I think it's EAOPS 456 2019. Hiyo ni ya Kenya. So we have the same for Uganda, I think is UNBS. And then we have the same in Tanzania, but this is the standard. You can read about it if you want. How do I know? It is not, I said, even by physical observation, it is very hard to know. You look out for what? This mark. So hopefully next year when we come here, all the groups that are bringing products for display are going to have what? Kilimo Hai. Okay, let us take pride in whatever we have. And sasa hapa tu ni just a challenge to you. This is a list, but it is also a challenge to you. It's a challenge. Na hii ndio Ndongo alikuwa anasema about information. The first thing is, we have, where can I buy organic products? Mimi sitamwambia, can you see yourself there in that list? How many can see themselves on that list? We have Sylvia's Basket, Carrefour, Ainogof, Green Spoon, Kalimoni, Gatanga, Kangare, Kiserian, Kikuyu, Sunfresh, Matu, Kagio, Kutus, Gilgil, Nakuru. How many can see themselves there? Yeah, this is where we see organic products. But where are you there? Do you have a place where you're selling your products? But you don't have a market where you come together to sell. That is a challenge to all PGSs. Market is what brings you together. Because if you can't sell together, how do you even know the products you're delivering are organic? Do you know that? Okay, so I think I'm going to just talk about Kilimo Hai brand and just mention a few things. Kilimo Hai is all about trust. These are our values. Trust. Kitu ya kwanza lazima ni kuamini. The fact that your products you are selling are what? You have grown them organically. You have sourced your raw materials organically. You have not added additives which are not organic. You have done ABCD. And then number 2 is what? Quality. We speak about organic. We speak and say organic will be able to feed the world. But do you know today, the people who you want to feed, if you take them a product that does not look quality, what will they say? No. They will say no. You know, we have been selling organic and saying, okay, because of the hardness of growing organic products, that is why they are like this. We understand that. But also understand that the market will also judge you based on the quality of your products.
fertilizers or not, by being able to detect synthetic material from natural material. I'm looking at it from this point of view. In mangoes, if you want to know the level of bricks, we have a gadget where you squeeze the juice and it will tell you to what extent is that mango ripe and what is the level of sugar in that mango. Is it possible to come up with a gadget like that?
Thank you for that question. I think we can collaborate with COAN and we see how best we can be able to approach it. But currently, I can't give you a yes or a no. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, somebody back there. Okay. I want us to, all the questions, if you have a question, just put your hand up and then the microphone will come to you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my question is,
yes,
you can also tell us the cost of getting the Kilimo High mark.
Yes, that's a very good question. I actually was waiting for it. For us, for the PGS groups, we have what is called subsidized. Right now, you're not going to pay any fees between now up until end of 2024.
A question.
Okay. Yes, sir.
In case I have livestock, big livestock, and a small livestock like rabbits and chicken, and I give them the commercial product, can they be considered to be organic?
No. Okay. Organic means that you have reared your livestock using organically sourced feed. You have not used antibiotics on the livestock. You have not used any other growth boosters, other synthetic materials to promote growth within your livestock. Currently in Kenya, it's very hard to source organic materials. We can even say that previously, things like cotton seed cake, we used to know that it's coming from at least non-GMO sources. Nowadays, you cannot tell because you're already growing GMO cotton. So I think for us, you have to really show the traceability of your feed. If your livestock are taking any sort of medication and which medication are they taking? Because nowadays, people are, you buy feed, you buy different, and you make your own mixture. When you buy the commercial feed, you don't know where the source of the maize germ is coming from. So there are a lot of question marks when it comes to the source of feed. Yes. Okay. So some of these are just what Samuel has presented, the places where you can buy the organic products. I don't know whether you can see your market there. If you see your market there, then you have shared information with us. Yeah. We can see, we can see group there. I don't know whether they see themselves. Yeah, we have some really good products there. We have some farmers who are very happy to show their products. We have meetings, farmers doing meetings, doing packaging, trader meetings. Mother, I see you there. I don't know whether you're still selling that oil. It was a very nice oil. Very good packaging. Yeah, we have different things. Now we have, you see this lady, I know you know her. She's in Gatanga. She's a mother and also she's a member, and her sons are also leaders in their PGS groups. Yeah, so they are very active. Can see chairman over there. showing his products. So what we want is to see we have to tell a story about PGS and Kilimo High, so that we inspire people to share with us the joy. So here we were doing something on avocados. We had somebody playing music, very, very talented guy. We have these are products from Muranga. They are doing very good packaging and they are still doing that. So yeah, our call to you is to encourage you to take pride in what? Kilimo High, because that is what unifies all of us. Thank you. Okay, right now we are going to take our lunch break. But before we take our lunch break, I want us to have at least a working lunch. We are trying to chase time here. We don't want to be too late. Yes. So if you look at who can read for us the next session. Nani anaweza tusomea? Maybe who can read for us? Caro, nilikuambia you'll have an opportunity to speak here.
Breakout sessions to discuss theme being PGS instead of doing PGS. I read all of them. Trust building in PGS, how to improve networking, how to improve commitment of actors in various PGS groups, enhancing inclusivity in PGS, sustainability and resource mobilization for PGS groups, each 6 to 8 members for 25 minutes.
So we have a lot of things to discuss, and I'm going to, at least we are going to try and discuss them. But before because you're not going to break out right now, and because we are going to go out for lunch, we are going to divide ourselves into 5 groups. So I will not ask you to divide yourselves. It's going to be based on where your number lies. We know the number system, yeah? Because we want 5 groups, we count up to 5. So we are going to start from here. 1. 1. 3. Esther. 4. You're 4. 5. You're 5. 5. No, hayuko. Tutamcount to completion. 1. 1, 2. So tumemalizia pale 1. So we're going to start here. 2. 3. 5. No, it's okay. They have some roles they are going to be playing. So maybe group 1s, just lift your hands up, get to know one another. Group 1. Hey, kwani amjakula? I know it's group 2. Can you look at one another? Just fahamiane. 3. 4. 5. Okay. So the group work will be quite simple. I don't know, group 1, you are going to give yourselves a name. That is the first task. Give yourselves a name. Sawa. And then your role will be dealing with the question of Trust building in PGS. Trust building in PGS. Najua hii maandiko iko kidogo sana. Acha niongeze. Let me just make it slightly bigger. Trust building in PGS. So, and then group 2. Yeah, it's very well articulated kwa the program. How to improve networking. You get your group name in the context of PGS. Najua networking is broad, but in the context of PGS, how do you improve how you communicate within the group, between the groups, and outside the group? Unless we have this National PGS Workshop, we rarely ever get different PGSs from different regions communicating. It is always maybe us, sasa nasema kama NGOs, we have a forum, and then you are able to communicate, but follow-up is usually very low. But the question is this: when will we stop relying on NGOs and become self-reliant? How to improve commitment of actors in PGS. They have over 200 members in different clusters. Lakini ukiwauliza how many products they can supply in a market, they say, okay, ni wakulima watano tu wanauza. Let us challenge ourselves. Let us improve commitment in our groups. How do we make sure that we attract people who are committed? How do we promote commitment? Because also somebody might see, okay, I was coming into the group expecting this, and this is what I got in return. And then number 4, enhancing inclusivity in PGSs. Are we inclusive? You know, there are various ways you can be inclusive. Gender. Are our groups in attracting different genders? Do we have good balance? Number 2, we have special interest groups. Are we able to integrate them within our groups? Ama group yetu tu ni watu wako na vipaji fulani. You know, how do we also attract other actors? You know, we have Greenspoon, we have Carrefour, we have all these different traders, all these consumers. Are we bringing them into our groups, or are we just saying ours is a farmer group? You know, how do we do that? And then the last one, but not least, sustainability and resource mobilization for PGSs. We have seen there's a challenge kubwa sana in terms of support. Kenya has moved from being an least developed country to a middle. So the funds that NGOs used to get to support farmer groups, it is running out. So the question is, will our PGS groups die out because the funding has died out? Or how do we also build sustainability within the group itself? We reduce reliance on outside assistance. How do we make sure that our systems are running without expecting people to give us a leg up, sawa sawa. So we also talk about other areas, alternative. You know, PGS is a very strong system. It can be used also for guaranteeing other products. How can we leverage what we have, the knowledge that we have, to also bring on board other ways of being inclusive? So that is a question. To do that, we are going to do something called World Cafe. World Cafe. Nani anajua World Cafe ni nini? Who knows World Cafe? Nani ashaisikia kitu kama hiyo? Esther, I know you know it. Can you speak a bit about it? Tuambie what it is. Yes. Have you understood? But she has explained it very well. But I can attempt. You see, we have the 5 groups. Each group, we have appointed a what? It is not a leader. It is just somebody to take notes on what you contribute. We can call them the secretary to the group. So group 1, we'll have the people in group 1 and their secretary. So the group 1 will be discussing trust building in PGS. So they are going to give their points to their secretary. And because we want everybody to be able to contribute to each and every question, everybody in group 1, once they think they are done, they are going to move and tackle question number 2. So in group 2, there's somebody also taking notes. So the secretary will give the new group members what has already been mentioned by the previous group. So everybody will move from group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5. So when group 1 goes to group 2, 2 goes to group, 3 goes to, 4 goes to, 5 goes to 1. We are not going to do 2 rounds because of time. We are only going to have. So group 1, you is still, yeah. Lift up your hand so that everybody sees you. Sylvia will be the one taking notes. Okay. And then they are going to be, she's going to present them after. Group 2, your facilitator is Jacqueline. Jacqueline, lift your hand. So Jacqueline will be taking all the notes, and then she's going to present them after. Group 3, Bernard. Thank you. Have you seen Bernard? Group 4, Phoebe. And then group 5, Wycliffe. Siko nimemwandika. No, we want, so because we want to retain the notes so that you are able to share them with you. Sawa sawa. So group 1, you will decide where you are going to sit. You can move the tables, you can have your corner, but we can all work within this room. Each group has 10 minutes to tackle a question, 10 minutes. So that at the end of the day, we are going to work with how many minutes? 50. Yeah, because we are going 10, 50. You're going to have 10 minutes to tackle each question. So you're going to have a total of 50 minutes. And yes. So after 10 minutes, you have to move.
Yeah, but when I'm doing the same thing.
Yes. Minutes, yes. 50. 50. One round, yeah. One, yeah. So you see. Yes. Yes. No. You're going to go. You have to tackle all the questions. Yes. 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 Every person will have to tackle. You as a facilitator, you'll only tackle one question, but all the participants will have to tackle all the 5 5 questions. Yes. Okay. So we'll, I hope we understand. The facilitators, you'll make sure you're well positioned. That is your role. Make sure you're well positioned and people know where you are. So maybe as people are having their lunch, you can organize yourselves. And then, I don't know, does everybody have a meal card? Who does not have a meal card like me? I don't have a meal card. So you have the meal cards. You have given out all the meal cards. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Do you know where we are having our lunch? Downstairs. Yeah, the dining area is downstairs, just below us. Yeah, downstairs. I'm going to ask somebody to pray for us. And then, yes, after lunch, you start tackling our questions. So, nani atatuombea? Who will pray for us? Who? You pray for us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's pray. Fungeni macho tuombe. God Almighty, we thank you for this hour. Thank you for seeing us through as we began in the morning. You've been with us throughout the session, through our discussion, Father. We ask you to continue blessing us. Bless the food that we are about to take, that as we partake it of, it may give us the strength to continue serving you and others. And it is in Jesus' name I pray and believe. Amen.
So we resume our first time. There are 1:30 right now. Can we take 2:15? We start our report so that we are done with it. Yes, our things are safe here. All our things are safe here. Nobody will interfere with them. So, karibuni, enjoy bon appetit.
We also have invited other like-minded people to showcase their business. Behind me, you will see a lot of them.
Kilimo Hai Organic, the trusted brand of organic products. We make sure that you only buy authentic products, organic products, and we are guided by our values of quality, trust, and guarantee, making sure that all the products that you buy that are Kilimo Hai Organic, they are well produced, they're organically sourced, and all the farmers have been well compensated for them.
We belong to a group called INOGOF, Innovative Group of Organic Farmers, and are associated with COAN. We are part of the COAN group under the Kilimo Hai brand. And basically what we try to do is grow food that is healthy. And why are we here today? We are here so that we can link up with other people, like-minded people who do organic farming, others that add value to the products, others that give solutions to the farmer, like those that give the farmers inputs, and those that control pesticides producers, and others that simply produce food. As we celebrate our 9th year of existence, we also have invited other like-minded people to showcase their business. Behind me, you will see a lot of them.
Where we grow herbs and we process the herbs into cosmetics. So we have like, we have shea butter, we have garlic, and we have aloe. So we are using our products from the farm and processing it to cosmetic products that can be used. In addition, we also processing moringa. We grow moringa and we process it into a nutrient-dense powder that can be added to food, can be added to uji, can be added to soup, and it improves our health.
I grow my own herbal herbs like lavender, artemisia, lemongrass, peppermint, and others. And this is basically my hobby, but I turn it into a kind of small business. So basically what I do, I just, here is a distiller that I use. It's called Copper Alembic Distiller. We use it for different kind of things, but mainly I use it for making these hydrosols. And then what I do, I put plant material inside and water, and then I put it on a gas, and it starts boiling. And when it's boiled, the steam will come out. It comes through here. Here we put cold water so that this thing will cool down. And then eventually I'll collect my hydrosol here. At the same time, we can also collect essential oil, but I don't have that much product to make a big commercial essential oil. Apart from that, I also dried my herbs, and then I just put it into this small bag. We can use it for in our drawers, in our cars, like a natural way of, you know, keeping our car or our house clean and then nice smell. And the hydrosol products are just like this. So what we do, we can mix it with our with like our skin products, or we can just directly apply it. For example, this is our orange peel hydrosol. I just simply like that, and then it cool me down, and also to keep my skin moisture, and then keep it clean. I also have like orange peel. I have peppermints. We can have like lots of plant material where we can use the product called hydrosol. What is that? Hydrosol, and like I said, you can also get essential oil at the final products. But you can use the hydrosol for your hair, for your skin. Some of them, like lemongrass, can also be taken inside, which is a very good detox.
Kilimo Hai Organic, the trusted brand of organic products.
We make sure that you only buy authentic products, organic products, and we are guided by our values of quality, trust, and guarantee, making sure that all the products that you buy that are Kilimo High organic, they are well produced, they're organically sourced, and all the farmers have been well compensated for them.
We belong to a group called INOGOF, Innovative Group of Organic Farmers, and are associated with COAN. We are part of the COAN group under the Kilimo High brand. And basically what we try to do is grow food that is healthy. And why are we here today? We are here so that we can link up with other people, like-minded people who do organic farming, others that add value to the products, others that give solutions to the farmer, like those that give the farmers inputs, and those that control pesticides producers, and others that simply produce food. As we celebrate our 9th year of existence, we
Start the counter.
Looks like it's popular. Looks like it's popular. Looks like a
So let's start because of time. When we were doing trust building in PGS. So
I guess that yeah, this one is
Is that okay? Thank you.
You are in group?
One. Sit down.
But he's arguing.
No,
Those are very few. That's correct. Correct.
Natoka hapa mwende pale hivyo. Naenda.
You guys writing for us. You are chairing. Oh, you want, you can share the group.
Yes.
Make sure everybody.
And my podcast is 3 Yes. Thank you for choosing a group one. Yeah, I think you can start off. But apparently for me, these PGS are most learning.
Yeah?
I'm most learning this process.
Yes, and that's why you should get ideas from people.
And that's the reason why I decided to come to attend this meeting. I kept reading the email to understand what is this PGS. So I said, oh, I've not said anyone. Let me go and learn myself. So karibu sana.
Thank you.
So she's taking our notes, but we have to talk. You have to give them a reason to write. True? So we're discussing this question around, I think all of us have looked at it. We are looking at trust. A very simple one. Building trust. Building trust. Very simple, not complicated. Iko hata kwa Biblia. Yeah, so what's your take first? Everyone will speak.
So what is trust? Let's start there.
Trust with integrity. Values.
Integrity, dependability, reliability, dependability, trust, consistency. You are always there for somebody else. Trust. What did you say?
Transparency.
Transparency and accountability. Someone who is trusted looks like what? Somebody, that's the one that I was looking for. Someone you believe in. You can't trust somebody, you can't have trust on somebody that you don't believe in. There is some buying, you know, and you're always there. What else?
I think trust is earned. Trust is earned. You earn the trust.
You earn
I
the
mean,
trust.
like someone has a reason to trust you.
Like it's not passive.
Yeah.
It's active.
You have to do something so that you can get.
Yeah, you develop that's building trust.
It's a culture.
Meet someone today, or you say I trust that person.
It's like a culture.
Yeah.
Unless you're using it as a line.
Yeah,
You trust somebody. You can
I
imagine
think we should also
for us men, we convinced our wives to leave their homes and join ours. And we trusted you'll be safe.
Was it a process?
Yeah,
it
was a
met
process.
them today and they said you are
It's
the
a
one.
process.
Yeah, and I think that's what we should also write here. That process of building trust within PGS groups. What does it involve? That process. What should we do? Because as you say, it is something that is earned. We work for it. How should we enhance trust in our PGS? What should we do?
Participating in every aspect.
We should also be consistent. Like if you say, or is it dependable? If you say, I'm growing okra for the market, and then when it's time for the market, they are not ready. Am I earning the trust of my peer or of my customers even? Or even the people I'm supplying. So I'm not working hard at being trust.
But you need to have a self-discipline to be trusted. You have to be self-disciplined.
Self-discipline. What else?
I think also trust means you're promising either to deliver something, it's a promise. So there's an element of boundaries or expectations.
Keeping your ones.
Yeah.
Keeping your ones.
So who is to trust that in the PGS?
So the question is, how do you build that trust within the PGS? So one of the ways that you can build the trust is to have expectation. They meet those expectations. So there has to be some boundaries of certain expectations. So then that helps to build trust.
Maybe we should first of all check the stakeholders so that we can be able to say how do you build trust with this stakeholder, with that stakeholder, like that, so that we can be more specific to the target.
Cannot be reliable. Cannot be reliable. Cannot be reliable.
Hiyo point yenu, wacha tuseme inabebwa kutoka ile huyo alisema, inakuja kwa Esther, inakuja kwako, because if you have, ukikuwa na policy ambayo inaandamana na vile county inafikiria kuhusu agriculture, kwa hivyo watawasikiza. Kwa hivyo ni vile walisema ya kwamba ile project mnafanya ama ile miradi wako nayo muweze kuialign, kuwe in line na vile ambavyo county ama serikali ama NGO inafanya kwa hiyo wakati. So hiyo ni mambo ya kufikiria. Kama sasa ni kupea changamoto county yenyu, unajua ni direction gani inaendelea with regards to agriculture. Kama governor wa Kiambu alisema hivi kwa agriculture nataka hivi na hivi na hivi, kuna zile alitaja zenye nataka kuconcentrate. So unaona kama huko kwa hizo product ama hiyo process hamwezi kubaliana na governor, si ndio?
Najua kuachia governor ndio aamue. Governor pengine hata
hiyo inawezekana kwa public participation.
Yeah. Walifanya public participation ili waseme kama nasema kama sasa ya Kiambu. Walifanya hata hiyo public participation wakasema ya kwamba in these 5 years this is what we will be concentrating as Kiambu County. So ende uangalie county yenu ili muweze kujiweka in line na county. Wao hujasema kitu, sema kitu. And traders.
Consistency in production, in quality and because if we are consistent, someone by
agreed. Well. No, I've noted it down. I want everyone to contribute.
We can improve on commitment by setting target for each and every member, so that members can work towards a certain goal.
Great. We can set targets and responsibilities. Member. Tupe hiyo kuwa nayo. Ikuwe point ya 10. By marketing, eh?
Kuna kitu daktari alisema.
Okay. So that will bring commitment. How?
Let me say, like for us, groundnuts. So hii groundnuts, mekaa tumenyamaza, watu wengine hawajajua kama tunafanya nini, value addition, tunafanya packaging, kuna kitu fiber, tukiadvertise online, share. Tunajua kuna a certain group will become
sawa. Nimekuelewa. Yes. Yes.
Kuna ile nini daktari alisema pia kwanza
ile kujua, knowing each other.
Kujuana. Kuna kujuana, kuaminiana na pia kuaminika.
Kuaminika.
Sababu honesty is very important for the moment umeanza
kudanganyana hapa kwa tunaendanga na hiyo trust na transparency.
Yeah, so people will no longer be committed. They see that
You're not,
they are not honest.
Delegation of duties.
Yeah,
That's very,
nimefanya
very
hivi,
important.
nimefanya hivi. She had a point about targets, so nikaiweka targets. So people have targets and they have responsibilities. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. This group point kumi ziko sawa. Unaenda pale. Wanaenda mbele.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know it's in short, but it goes very quickly. Gives you time. So, group number when I come here, number five.
Imperative na agriculture.
Sustainability number 5. Sustainability and
Yes, I must have to take you through it. Yeah. The issue that we are handling, the 51 in the timetable, sustainability and resource mobilization of PGS groups. What happens after they withdraw of the own of the whoever is supporting the group? Yes. Number one of the reasons, the strategies they came up with is that all the groups should develop a resource mobilization strategy. You have that strategy or a policy on how you're going to mobilize resources. Some of the mechanisms include grants. Number two, commission from individuals. Can you create commissions from specific individuals? Then annual membership subscriptions. Then commission from sales products within the group. That if you have a product and you sell, because the group can facilitate you to get a ready market, whatever you sell, the group get retain some commission. Then we have donations from well-wishers. We have table banking, whereby the interest goes to the group. If you are, maybe you have an activity that you want to do and you don't have funds, you can borrow from the group. You go plant your groundnuts, sell, and then you return the money. The interest goes to the group. We have fundraising. You can fundraise to the group. And lastly, you can have facilitation fees. People want to sell their product through you. So yes, we will facilitate you to get the market, but this will be our cut. That is under point number one, the groups to come up with resource mobilization strategies. Number two is by ensuring active participation of all the members. That the members should actively participate in the group activities. They know what's happening, what you are doing. Then number three, there's diversification in production. Not all the members should produce the same thing. You can have clusters or quotas. The two of you produce groundnuts, the two of you this, so that you don't all of you flood the market with particular product. Others can be giving services. Additionally, fees from trainings.
you can as well go and train community members or other groups on the same. They pay. It can be a way of getting resources. Then strengthening marketing systems through networking and collaboration. If you have a product and you're in Nyanza, you can collaborate with somebody who is in Northeastern who wants the product. Therefore, you strengthen the marketing systems. Then having many groups within the PGS. Under the PGS, you have other groups. For example, those ones dealing with organic products, others may be dealing with regenerative agriculture, others might be dealing with the agroecology, amongst others. That one we are
Yeah. So we do what?
That's why we bring
We involve them. Involving the community.
What about church?
Like chief?
I'm talking about, you know, there's a chief, there's a
Mhm.
the village.
Yeah.
The order,
Yeah, that's a nice point.
I would also feel that involving like this, where people meet is where people need information, even networking and all that. So places like churches, I think the church forum would be a very important.
Yeah.
Faith-based gatherings.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, even right now, there's so many churches that I know are involved in development work, like what we are doing. Like NCCK, they are it.
Yeah.
They're doing it very well, perfectly. And others.
Even the Catholics, like in our place, they're involving us.
Yeah.
They want us to go and train their people, like especially the vulnerables, the orphans, the widows, you know, in their congregation.
Yeah.
They're actually involving us.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said faith-based?
Organizations.
Faith-based organizations.
Also reaching out to extension officers or extensionists.
So organizing educational programs, trainings for farmers, and the public.
Yeah, it's going chatted. Maybe we can say.
I need to understand the question.
How to improve networking.
Now, are we improving information dissemination, or are we improving how we are going to
relate
and to network?
Hii mic bwana imekatalia hapa. Relax. Yeah,
I think communication is also important. It will improve commitment.
Yeah. Communication. Yeah. Effective. Open. Agreed. So what do you think?
Now you can share your nini. Whatever.
I'm not, will I be sharing well? I'm supposed to share what the other group say.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
The 3 minutes which are remaining is for you to share
from monitor.
Now, what will you share?
I'm supposed to
share. He's supposed to share whatever the group is.
I think
she has a very important point. Let her go first. Yeah. So how can you improve commitment to the actors?
I think
they have said everything.
they have seen what I wanted to talk about the training.
Their trainings.
You know, they said here on outside of the group, right? Why don't we start thinking of having radio organic?
Yeah, I've seen Communication. Talked about communication. I've also, because you had also said the point as you are saying the points, niliongeza hapo.
Yeah, ready organic, so that we don't know how to create it, but somebody can advise us. A radio which only talk on organic farming, talk on PGS.
They have already started, they have a program that they have for FCP.
Okay.
Ni FCP.
Radio program.
Nimeharibu ama nimeongeza. Iko sawa. We are talking about how we can improve the participation of the commitment of actors in PGS groups. Kifikiria point ya venye we can improve the participation of actors. Now actors ni wote kwa value chain. This video is giving us a point. What do you think about that?
As she thinks, I'm
As she thinks,
thinking,
yeah.
how about transparency?
That's
To
right.
ensure
It's very
there's
important.
transparency,
Mm.
so that the actors can also commit to support.
Mm.
For example, sharing or publishing the records, sharing them with the other actors as a PGS group. And then the other actors also can share important information for the group to also benefit from. For example, the traders, what they want, blah, 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 blah. Something like that, so that we get the transparency.
Yes, we talk so much, but because thing, the county government is important.
So how do we improve the commitment of county
We
government?
can visit the county department dealing with agriculture
Mhm.
and tell them we are organic farmers. We are left out even when people are being given fertilizers. We tell them our reason why we prefer organic farming, and we need support from the government because we are a part of the citizens. So we
It's
should
like we are
visit.
doing policy advocacy.
Yes,
lobby,
Yeah.
Yes.
So we should
and
visit
local level, lobby.
Yeah, and then they
Yeah, which is
We-
good.
Let's think in a broader perspective of having an MOU with the county government to ensure that what we have.
MOUs,
MOUs.
Any kind of agreement.
You know, an agreement is a committal document which for
Not only with the government, even with the other.
with the other actors.
I have a point.
You have a point.
Before I get to my point, I would like to touch on what Billy has said. On MOUs with the county. But it's better more focused on targeting. And this target just be part of the customs. Customs are the stakeholders of the Ministry of Agriculture in every town. Why something related to agriculture, then you can drive the because the needs that the counties to do that. Now, was something that is done by COAS of Delta. Having a national exhibition on organic farming and related plants.
Yes. It is three who just come to group 5. They are not in order.
Yes.
Which group are you? Which group are you?
Three. Tumekuja 5.
Hao wenye umetoka ni 4. Welcome.
Thank you.
You can read the question as we wait for the timer. It was number 5. How do PGS groups sustain themselves? And how do they mobilize resources after the withdrawal of God's hand? What happens? Just to be looking your mind before I tell you what the group discussed. So we start. Yes. We can start because I found that the gospel becomes very sweet towards the end. The concept here is about sustainability and resource mobilization for PGS.
groups. We had a discussion, group 5 discussed and came up with the following points, and we have some additions from the people who came from group number 4. Number 1 is that all the PGS groups should develop a resource mobilization strategy. Should have that policy. This is how we are going to mobilize our resources. Some of the suggestions here are grants. The group should be looking for grants from here and there. Number 2, commissions from individuals. The individual can give a commission to the group. Number 3, annual membership subscriptions. Number 4, commission from sales of products or produce within the group. 5, donations from individuals or well wishers. Then there's fundraising, and call a Harambe, and then you fundraise for the group. Then facilitation fees. You can become TOT, you can become facilitators in different forums, and then the group is paid. Lastly, you can sustain the group through table banking, so that you have money within your table bank. Individuals can borrow from the group, use the money to produce some products. The interest remains in the group because it is a matter of sustaining the group. That is under resource mobilization strategy. Number 2 is active participation of all the members. Ensure that all the members participate in the group activities, be it farming, be it trainings, all of them are up to that. Number 3, diversification in production. All of you should not rely on one thing. Say that if you are, for example, producing tomatoes and they flood the market, when one member makes a loss, it applies across to the place. You diversify. It can be onion, it can be rabbits, whatever. Then, strengthening marketing systems through networking and collaboration. If you are producing, for example, groundnuts and the market is in Nairobi, you network with a group which is in Nairobi and then you can sell. Therefore, you strengthen the market. Then, having many groups within the PGS. They came up with saying that within the PGS, you can have a group which is dealing with organic. You can have a group which is dealing with regenerative agriculture. You can have a group which is dealing with agroecology, among other things. You can have smaller groups within the PGS. Towards the end, it is this one. I don't know what message you take from this one. It is a sustainability and the resource mobilization mechanism for the group. What is it? They said organizing shows and exhibitions so that when people attend, you collect some earning from the process. It's a way of also then increasing publicity about your product through social media. This one will improve sales. You can use WhatsApp, you can use Facebook to promote your products. Then second last, creating consumer awareness. That yes, there are tomatoes here, but ours are in.
So there's so many groups. Considered to adopt. And so where does the lobbying start? So are we talking about sustainability or about sustainability?
You see, if the government supports what you are doing, it is now they have committed even resources, they have committed people, all NGOs will have.
So that will bring in trust.
Yeah, trust between the. I'm saying, if they are saying about actors, I know the government usually have multi-stakeholders platforms, but they have resources. Some of
Why are you trust building? That also under trust building also
I think so. Depends with them. For me, the government should support. If they don't support, in the future, you might not hear it.
Okay, let me tell you something. Like you see, table banking, the government does not necessarily support table banking because it competes with the banks. And the thing drives itself. It's a grassroots driven strategy. So there are times a government they will not fight you, but they may not support you. Just that goodwill that they are not attacking you, run with it. Because I don't think, I think they can get overwhelmed trying to include each and every system that comes up, pops up in the community. Just have the second. I feel like Dr. Kaya has been working with them for standards.
And that's how they can. Yeah, that people mentioned a lot about. That's the challenge of being them.
Okay, the other thing is having what is it, the communication system should be timely and able to reach all with the same message at the same time. To see so that if you're communicating to members, they are other than a committee.
Kama ya locality kuna public participation exercise ina happen. Farmers kama sisi tunafaa kuingia hapo ndani. Ndio tuombe nafasi useme something.
Promote.
Yes.
Yes, advocacy issue.
Advocacy. Yeah, that's the point.
Oh, campaign.
Yeah. Ni mambo na advocacy.
Yes.
Campaign.
Like for us, what we call them, nazitanga community food dialogues.
But still, sasa ni even the policy advocacy.
Campaign.
And advocacy.
We
advocate. We just don't advocate. You know, so we advocate to be included for those processes. Yes. Yeah, hizo miswada zao. You can advocate for inclusivity to raise those. Also, you know, the elected leaders. They are the ones who want to advocate.
So according to her, we network with policymakers.
Exactly.
It's okay. But also, don't forget about the aspect of public participation meetings.
See,
because it is there that you create, you raise awareness.
Yeah. So, hiyo nilikuwa tumesema collaborate is the like-minded networking. Kusema. Yeah, but huyu akisema mambo ya public participation, that's a different point.
Yeah.
So how do I put it? Mambo ya policy sasa hakuna.
Kwanza hiyo ya politics inakuja hapo kwa public participation.
Katika politics. Yeah. From the grassroots. Yeah.
The conversation moves on. Put hiyo point. Have a minute.
Help her to put that.
Yes, 5 minutes. Because I'm going to present.
Umesikiaje hawasikilizi?
Public participation inakusaidia ku network
na hata huko kwa
public participation. How do we put
it? Alitoa hiyo point.
Hata inaeleza yenyewe.
Yes, the county helps in network either national policy makers.
And
like for those who have been in Muranga, Muranga County has a very has a very well planned public policy on agroecology. It's one of the few counties with a policy agroecology.
I have put that point.
So now the reason why, like me, I come from Kajiado. Ndio serikali ya Kajiado ianze kufikiria juu ya public policy. Lazima niende meetings za public participation.
Yeah, you are befriending the actors. Yeah. Yes.
It works in policy.
It works in policy a lot.
Yeah, the point of the agenda.
that the members of the PGS can be committed. It's always good for a PGS to be linked to a market.
Marketing initiative.
Yes. So for the PGSs that do not have market, it's good for them to identify a place they can be able to. So I think that's deep. If you compare a PGS that has a market and a PGS that doesn't, the level of commitment is very different.
Very, very good. Bring your own research on that PGS. When they after what they need. Then
yes, so that's like mapping. Yes, mapping. Yes. Thank you very much. Wonderful group. Professor. You're welcome. Next is here. Next is. So coming next is group. This was group 1. So Nico group 5.
Na market analysis ama hiyo haikuja.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I know something around PGS that's supposed to be done. I think it's up to get now this meeting. How do we deal with as farmers? How do we deal with how do we that now get there?
Who is the chair?
So,
This is the chair.
Karibuni. Number 5.
Yes.
Yes, eh? Of course.
You can see.
So, we can improve the commitment of actors in PGS groups. How we can improve their commitment. So, and we are saying that the actors in the PGS groups, stakeholders from farmers, traders, retailers, consumers, the county government, NGOs that are working in that area. How can we improve their commitment to the PGS group? To some extent to the farmers group, watajitolea aje. Ile time iliashwa mapema sana. Mnaweza niambia when you are thinking from the top of your head, then naweza waambia zile mimi mungeanza na hizi. Yenye mnataka yenye mlimepea pale. Sawa. I think nitasema okay, ni identify our actors kina nani and the relevant actors and then invite them or calling them to participate. Kuna wengine wamesema wana as a group policies ama you have it in your rules that you have to involve them because so that you can make efforts involving them and then wakaongea mambo educating, capacity building, so they can know about this PGS group and what is going on in this PGS group. And then you share responsibility to these actors. These are your responsibilities towards these PGS groups. And kama ni kwa NGOs ama kwa government, because they have their own objectives. Unakuwa kwamba objectives za hiyo PGS group yenu zina align na hiyo NGO. So if you are PGS or PGS is organic, a PGS that is doing organic farming, inatafuta NGOs ambazo zimejialign kwa zile objectives wako nazo, they share objectives. If you are going to the county government, nilikuwa nasema kama sasa hivi Kiambu government kuna zile crops wamechagua na kwamba ndizo wana concentrate nazo hizi terms. If you are doing those crops, it would be very easy to speak to the minister na kumwambia tusaidiane, kwa maana hizo ambazo bado ndizo tunafanya. Wakaongea mambo ya consumer awareness, advocacy, being transparent, being honest, and then marketing your PGS so that people out there know that there is a PGS. So nipeni zenyu basi. A stakeholder forum. Hiyo inakuja na hiyo mambo ya okay. That's good. Contracts. Yes. Yeah, that was there, but I also agree. MOUs, agreements, yeah. Think about a specific actor. Yeah. How can I improve commitment of an NGO, of a government? Yeah. Within the decision making. So how can you specifically involve maybe a trader in the PGS?
Maybe maybe a contract.
Yeah, contract. Yeah, contract. The traders. Why watakuwa involved? Quality produce. Reliability of supply. How can you improve the commitment maybe of consumers?
Consumer is never
to the process, not the process.
Of the quality, or maybe for the how efficient you are to deliver. To be a delivery and that customer awareness.
You can also by improving on public relations, the way you communicate with the customer, public
Agreed.
And also,
for the consumer. I'm here consumers the farmers see what they are doing. The people honor the product, the process of production.
Agreed.
And that's why even doing it online. You can be showing videos of what you do. And it's from
achievements, eh? So ndio umesema to share progress and achievements. Waliongea mambo ya training, but we can still say even training because I think it is important.
People sometimes buy because it's what they want.
Yeah.
So when they know I know what is they get committed.
Agreed. So now, which stakeholder have we not discussed? How do you involve the government? Unashika serikali aje?
Serikali tumesema hiyo kwa line.
Kwa line, okay.
Kwa line, kama our PGS tuko na we are registered at social services. Alafu pia, when we get opportunities, tunawa invite. For example, like during the World Food Day, tulikuwa na representative from the county government of Kajiado. We had also representatives from the sub-county level. Yeah.
Or invite for international events in
And also, I remember, Chairman, there was a day you are not there. I think it was Carol and Esther. They visited the area and to create awareness on the same.
I agree with all of your points.
Hiyo point yetu lazima tuendelee kwa the alternative groups. How do we include them into the PGS? Any other point?
At the alternative groups, what are alternative groups?
It's another point.
Okay.
Na pia in relation to that, kumbuka hatuna jina, tujiite PGS.
Mjite alternative group. Welcome back, Janet. Yes. So I will share that. So thank you. Group number 5. Alternative PGS.
You're here.
Yeah, you're here. This is group number 4. Yes. Karibuni.
Asante.
Why are you familiar?
Because I am.
He's very familiar.
No.
I've been visiting Kikuyu very much. Very much. Bernard from Corn. Yeah.
Oh, unaona unashinda umekaa unaangalia mtu kwanza.
So,
hey, Mato, umeshaanza time. And we have not started. We have not even settled down.
There's a time.
Hiyo ndio jina tumeprepare. So our assignment was how to improve networking in the PGS. So the first point was you have to do a stakeholder mapping, because you need to know who are you going to work with, who are you supposed to work with. So the first point is to do a stakeholder mapping. Number 2, we talked about to leverage on the use of social media. For example, WhatsApp, Facebook, you post so that people can know what you are doing, what your group is doing. Number 3, we've talked about organizing exchange visits and field days. You organize the visit na field days, unapatana na watu wengine. You invite different people so that you can network. The other point is collaborate with the like-minded people. The like-minded people, tunasema, for example, the NGOs, the government officials. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture, you invite what come out. Number 5, we talked about attending events. Usually we had an event on World Food Day. We also had seed fair events hapa museum. You know, when you attend such events, you network with people. Sababu utapata watu wenye haujui, mnajuana, you know what they do and all that. Inaweza kuwa at local level, county level, national level. So you attend such events. The other thing, we talked about mentorship of schools doing agriculture, the children. Inaweza kuwa primary school, secondary. Go there and preach about organic farming. Tell them that this and this is happening. The other point was involve the community elders. Watu kama wa nyumba kumi. You know, we forget these people, they are very important. Watu kama the nyumba kumi, the village elders, how watu you involve them. If you're having a training, waite pia wa. We also talked about faith-based organization, churches. Kama unaona kama Catholic ama PCA wako na membership kubwa sana. Just go there, you want the chance. Tell them about organic farming. I'm sure kuna mtu anaweza kujifunza. That way you preach and you network. The other point was to organize team building activities. Okay, this one is more of internal. PGS group now organize team building. You know, mkienda team building, unaenda kuongea like, where are we? Tumefika wapi? What have we done? What are we supposed to improve and all that? We've also talked about media engagements for local and national stations. You see, nowadays kuna za Kikuyu, the radio stations, the TV stations, kuna za Kikuyu, za Kikamba, za Kijaluo, watu wana nini for you and preach about organic farming. We've also talked about attend public participation forums. You know, when you attend such forums, you are able also to get chances and then you listen, you preach about organic farming. Yes, thank you. So you can add more if you have a point.
Why should you network? Maybe that's where we should start. In the PGS group, why should you network?
Why?
Why? You know those reasons. The reason why you are doing all those things is because you want to add value to the group. What value do you want to add to the group for its health and its wealth, isn't it? Yeah, so that you know what other people who have similar interests are doing, but also to bring on board others who are not involved within the network, so that you can grow.
Yeah.
So that you can become strong.
Yeah.
So that you can improve your numbers, so that you can improve your health,
Yeah.
so you can improve your wealth.
Yeah.
That's very clear.
Yeah.
Improve your wealth so that you can grow.
Yeah.
Remember, PGS is the base, is the pillar. But you want to grow, you don't want to be PGS forever.
Yeah.
Very, very important to understand. To grow, you need to get to a level where now you can add value and sell your products nationally, regionally, and even locally.
Yeah, thank you. So why should you network?
Yeah, so you should ask the question, why network?
Why network?
You can answer that question,
Yeah.
then you will understand. Otherwise, kama hakuna value, unaficha watu wengine wanaficha. You know, sometimes it's good to hide your information because itaibwa. When we were young, we used to, those ones were clever. You used to hide what you are writing.
Yeah.
Sababu mwenzako unajua atakopi ya kushinda.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the question that you really want to ask. Because if networking is going to be negative.
So you have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Network is good.
Because you want to grow.
Yes.
You want to improve health.
Yes.
Improve wealth.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, they say, listen to this. The net worth of a person is the net worth of his or her network.
Yeah.
If you're hanging around poor people, you're going to continue being poor. If you hang around average people, you will continue being average. If you have to hang around the wealthy people, they will pull you up. There are some networks that can pull you
down.
So seek to be networks that improve your value, both in terms of your health and in terms of your wealth.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, yeah, that's why they say rich people network.
Yeah.
They spend their time networking. Umefanya nini, umesucceed na mimi nifanye.
So that should be the first question.
Yeah.
And then we go now to
Yes.
the point. Yeah. Thank you so much. Any other points? Oh.
That's good. That's good. I think.
Thank you.
In Manzo. Kuongeza naona maelezo yametoshana.
I think he was mentioned.
Yes, enough points.
Sorry?
How you know everything? Send
What was great to know PGS members. For PGS members.
Yes, yes. See now with social media, ni mzuri mjadiliane mwadawani, nani anafanya nini, who's growing what. And many of these things, sustainability, networking, inclusivity, group ni watu ambao huko na common interests, sio? Na ni mzuri mjuane kabisa, kwa sababu kama wewe unakuza ginger na turmeric, unataka ujue mwenzako na yeye anakuzaje, kwa sababu yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. We get that point.
Actually, you can another leverage on WhatsApp these days. Hata wajumbe wa MP wanatumia WhatsApp communicate. Ni means media, social media means ambayo ni rahisi kwa kusambaza activities ujumbe na vile. Kwa hivyo I think that's good.
I hope you are able to give inputs. Or questions?
Let's take our food. Let's take our food. Substitutes. So we want to get that this is a vision from groups. Substitutes. Substitutes. How was the group exercise?
Useful, very nice. Huh? Rejuvenating. So let's hear from group number 5. Let's start from number 5. We come to number 4 of that. Group number 5, briefly, 5 minutes, summarize to us your notes.
Yeah, good afternoon once again. Welcome to group number 5, aka Alternative Group. That was the name of the group. And the issue was sustainability and resource mobilization for the PGS groups after the withdrawal of the hand of God. They came up with the following points in addition to other points from different groups. Number 1, each PGS group should develop a resource mobilization strategy or a policy. Under this, the group should consider the following. 1, grants. Look for places where you can get grants. Number 2, commissions from individuals. 3, annual membership subscriptions. Number 4, commissions from sales of produce. When you sell your product through the group, some money is retained in the group. Next is donations from individuals and other organizations. Then the group should also consider Harambe, some form of fundraising. Then facilitation fee. Now that you are trained in organic, you can also train other individuals or groups, and they pay, and the money goes to the group. Lastly, the group should consider having table banking, so that you can borrow from the group, you produce, after selling, you return the money, and the interest becomes part of the group fee. That is under the resource mobilization strategy. Number 2, active participation of all the members. Ensure that each and every member in the group knows what's happening, what the group is doing, so that at any particular point, anybody else can take over and support the group. Next is diversification in production. The group should ensure that you don't produce the same thing. Members should diversify. Next is strengthening existing marketing systems through networking and collaboration. Work with other PGS groups, inform them of what you are producing or what you have, share the information so that you can be able to sell your produce. Then having smaller groups within the bigger group. For example, you can have an organic group working under the PGS. You can have a regeneration or a regenerative group producing seedlings. You can have an agroecology group under the main group. Next is organizing shows and exhibitions or food fairs or trade fairs, so that the money that you generate from that becomes the group resources. Then is publicity of the PGS group through social media, so that you can improve on the sales. Explain why somebody should buy your produce. Just show using the different media platforms. Then create consumer awareness. Most people don't know why you should take organic and why you should avoid toxic chemicals. Create consumer awareness. Then there is another one here, which is a very strong one. I think it should have been number 1. Address the dependency syndrome. Don't be talking about, Koan or the other organization. Address that syndrome, be on your own. Then add value to your produce. Don't sell them in raw form. If it is tomatoes, you can produce what? In tomatoes, you produce what? Okay. Then proper record keeping. And the slogan for the group is, what gets measured gets done. Make sure that you keep the records of the sales, income, expenditure to enable the group to sustain itself. Then searching for new markets is another point, for export, for example, or a transfer of produce. You produce in Siaya, you come and sell in Nairobi. Then there is benchmarking on sustainable groups. Don't benchmark on another group, but be specific on one which has harmony, which is generating resources. Go and benchmark on them. Then the committee which does marketing should have a tailored training on different and emerging marketing strategy. As I conclude, there's also collaboration with government agencies such that you can get subsidies, you can get tax waivers, you can also be included in the county and national government policies that they are formulating. Then the group, after getting some resources, the group should invest in different assets. You can buy land if you have enough money. You can buy tents so that you can hire. Is a way of getting resources for the group. Towards the end, you need also to have transition from a CBO, from a farmer group to a cooperative dealing with a specific agricultural produce. That one also make your area large and also increase your income. Then there's also another point here, which is you improve efficiency within the group, that you use less to produce more. Improve efficiency within the group. Invest less, get more. Even at personal level. Okay, personality levels. Yes. Then, as I conclude, there's also another point here, which is having reward system. Best farmer gets something. Worst farmer is congratulated. Is that okay? Then lastly, enhance transition and governance systems. Wamesema kuna watu wenye walitoka nyumbani wakakuja Nairobi, hiyo PGS pia ilifanya nini? Ili shut down kwa sababu PGS ni yeye na yeye ni. Thank you very much.
So let's do a better applause for that group. Eh? Not like that. Eh? Let's do the PGS one. PGS. Thank you very much, that group. I think they came up with very, very nice points, which I think we should take home. I just saw this and I heard him talking about doing trade fairs and using the trade fairs to do fundraising or resource mobilization. This is from Co-Farms, the Kikuyu Organic Farmers. They have a trade fair on 25th November 2023, Bogumo Park Hotel, Kikuyu Township, 8 to 6 p.m. Each exhibitor is supposed to pay 1,000 shillings. I'm sure if they get good number of exhibitors, they make some money. So they not rely on Coan for paying for the peer review. Sidio? So I think those points are valid and they can use. Let's get group number 4. Who was taking notes for group number 4? And don't take more than 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Our group was talking about enhancing inclusivity within the PGS. One of the things that came out strongly was the need to have more youth within the PGS groups. And one of the ways one of the groups was trying to mitigate this is to have school students who've just finished high school get trained on organic agriculture and work on their parents' farm. The other ways of enhancing inclusivity that we clearly talked about is having more people who are physically challenged or physically challenged or abled differently. One of the groups talked about one of their members who keeps rabbits and is blind. So the group gets urine from him and they use it as they use it on their farms. The other aspect we talked about was having a diverse product range. Within organic agriculture, we mostly talk about vegetables and fruits. but we don't talk about other products within the value chain. We don't talk about gums and resins. So having a diverse product range is in having more products, rather is expanding the product base that we have. The other thing we talked about is training, and this came out strongly in some of the discussions that we have. People said, kuna wale wanaendanga tu training peke yao, sisi wengine hatuendangi, wale ndio wanachaguliwango kuenda training. By having either trainers of trainers, or if that person goes for training and they come and train their group members, it's one way of having rotational training. So if a training opportunity comes, it's rotational. This person goes, the other person goes. So it's another way of fostering inclusivity. The other aspect we talked about was the gender aspect. It was twofold. Mostly we look at women being being mostly marginalized, but one of the groups told us that there's only one man in the group. So how do we encourage more men to become part of PGS groups or become members of PGS groups? And this was followed up with a discussion from one of our retailers. And the retailers told us that men are the ones who are supplying products to them. So there's a huge discussion around it, and we discovered that men are more aggressive. So kama hakuna pesa, then hawataenda, what engage in this kind of business activity. So we said that there may be more women taking part in this process, but men are more visible in terms of being seen. The other aspect we talked about is how can we use the PGS structure to be included in other systems. There's a lot of talk about agroecology. There are countries that have developed agroecology policies. There are some who are in the process of developing it. And how do we use PGS as an anchor to foster this and encourage this discussion and have more groups take part in the process? So it was an unanswered question, but we were all left to ponder around it. Do we use different labels for different systems like agroecology for organic agriculture? So it's a discussion that was ongoing. Do we use different labels? So it was one of the unanswered questions. Maybe we can discuss later. Something else we talked about was working with other government institutions. Sometimes we leave out government, and within the business circles, we work within ourselves. And when we really need something is when we run to the government. So having government entities, bodies take part within the PGS groups, either when they're organizing events or just, you can even have a member of a government institution become a member of your PGS. It will help you open doors in places that you do not know. We also talked about affirmative action and leadership. We discussed about having rotational leadership. Maybe somebody is strong in one aspect, in marketing or in finance. How do you encourage other people to be part of this process? So you don't only become the only person who talks, you're the only chairman, or you remember the era for KANU. KANU ni chama cha mama and baba, and we knew nothing else. So how do we demystify that and become more democratic? We also talked about technology and encouraging everyone to be part of the process. We mostly leave the youth to be on social media. Tunasema hao ndio wanajua hii mambo ya social media. But then we've seen more older people be more vibrant and active on social media. This will help enhance market access for your products as a group, and also it's called social media capital. So the more people that you're able to influence, the more people that you're able to spread your reach around, the better your product will be known in the market. So we don't encourage youth being only the only one people pushing the agenda, but also have older people. We also talked about people of special interest groups. These are not only people who are physically challenged. We talked about people who are widows. Sometimes when a woman is left, this was a discussion that was held by another group that visited us. The woman is the one who's left to carry the burden. Somebody said, mwanaume atatoka ende atafute mwingine. But how do we have more widows in the picture? We also talked about other special interest groups such as churches and hospitals. Remember hospitals when we fall ill. And for us, we should be encouraging health and wealth within the system. So by having more hospitals, more people from hospitals or churches will be able to have a wider reach and reach more people about PGS. The other thing we talked about was also having kids in school. Under the CBC system, there's the 4K club. And if we're able to train the young pupils when they're in school, it's something that will be inculcated in their mind. So they'll grow knowing that if you're growing things organically, then you eat good, healthy, wholesome food, as opposed to food that it has synthetic fertilizer, that is not GMO. So it's a thing that more PGS groups can take up. The other thing we talked about was working with financial institutions. We only think about financial institutions when hatuna pesa, but can you imagine once you have them on board from the onset, if you're having your own table banking system within your PGS group, you can be in a circle, and then it's easy to borrow money from there than thinking about it later. So it's something that that came out from discussions within the group. The other thing is value addition. I think I've talked about it. And also, the other thing we talked about was approach more traders. And it's not only supermarkets, but all markets should have an organic section. We only think about supermarket. Lakini kuna ule mama mboga pale kwako anauza vitunguu na nyanya. So how do you encourage them to have a product line they can source from your local PGS group, so that sometimes you don't only have to go to your PGS group, but also you can get it closer by. So it's something that also came about. I don't know if I've taken more than 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So let's go PGS. PGS. Oh, that's a better answer. Thank you, that group. Good points. We'll take home message. So let's go to group number 3, and we should take rest time. 4 minutes. So we are looking about how to improve the commitment of actors in the PGS. So we are saying that number 1, you have to map the actors. So then you invite and then you sensitize the actors on the PGS, you train them, you educate them, you capacity build them, all the actors in the value chain from the farmers all the way to the consumers. And then we are saying that you align, that you have to check that you have aligned your priorities, that they are the same as the actors, their priorities, their objectives, so that we can have some commonality. They can also get perceived benefits. And then you share responsibilities among all actors, you involve them in decision making, and then you come up with MOUs and contracts with the different actors. Then the PGS has to do a lot of communication. They market themselves, they advertise themselves, they raise awareness of the groups and their activities. And they're also saying that you have to reciprocate, you have also to participate, you have also to commit to the activities of the actors that you want involved. If the government has field days, you go there, you take a tent,
that all the other actors can see that you're also committed to the activities. They'll also be committed to your activities. And also when you are inviting and when you are recruiting actors, you have to be very strategic to the ones that are willing and the ones that will be able to contribute even with regards to their strength. With regards to the government and all other actors, it is important that our PGS groups be registered because the actors like working with groups that are official, like self-help groups, CBOs, or cooperatives. And then you will you share your records, you be transparent records, they be accurate, and you also share the progress and achievements of the PGS group because all actors want to work with groups that are successful or that have achieved. Asante.
We have kept time. PGS. 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 Good, thank you for keeping time. Yeah, very, very good points there. We are now in number 2. Let's see whether you're going to keep the time. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm Jackie, the secretary of Group 2. So we called ourselves Moringa PGS Group. That's the name we gave ourselves. And our assignment was to how to improve networking. So first of all, we asked ourselves, why should you network? Number 1, it's because you want to grow strong as a group. Number 2, you want to improve health. And number 3, you want to improve wealth. So how to improve networking in a PGS group? First of all, you have to do a stakeholder mapping because you want to know who you want to work with. Number 2 is to leverage on the use of social media platforms. For example, WhatsApp, Facebook, and etc. Number 3, to organize exchange visits and field days. You also want to collaborate with the like-minded people. For example, the NGOs that promote organic farming, the government officials in the Ministry of Agriculture and such people. And the other one was attending events. For example, just we had an event of World Food Day. There was the seed fair events. So when you attend such events, you network because you'll meet somebody that you don't know, and then you are able to network. It could be on a national level, county level, local level. So attending such events. The other one was mentorship of school children doing agriculture, primary schools, high school, university. You go and mentor them. You tell them that there is organic farming and this is happening. There is attending chief barazas to create awareness on organic farming, involving the community elders. For example, the Nyumba Kumi people, the village elders. You involve them. Let's say you are having a training. We forget to involve such people, and they are very important. Faith-based organizations, for example, the churches kama Catholics, PCA, they have very big membership. Unaomba chance, you tell them that we are doing organic farming and this and happening. So organized team building activities. There is media engagements for local and national stations. Nowadays, kuna stations like Inoro, Mosi FM, and all that, so you engage such platforms. The other one is attend public participation forums. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, that's quite important. Networking, doing mapping for stakeholders, doing mapping for people that we can talk to, and seeing how we can talk to them. So group number 1.
Thank you, Ndomo. I'll be presenting what group number 1 did, and we also had contributions from different groups. So we were doing trust building in PGS, and we started by defining what trust is. We say trust is integrity, it is accountability, it is transparency, it is consistency, and dependability too. We also say that trust is earned, and it's also a process. So we were looking on how we can build trust with different stakeholders. And one, we said there has to be proper documentation, that is in record keeping, the number of farmers, the acreage, and also the rules and regulations. We also say that we have to be consistent in what we are doing. Like maybe if it is supplying to a retailer, we have to be very consistent as farmers, and the retailer also has to be consistent in the orders they're giving. Also say there has to be respect between the all parties for trust to be built. We say there has to be engagement within the different stakeholders. We also said there has to be openness. This is openness in whatever we are doing, openness in new ideas, and also diversification. We say that we have to have standards in what we're doing. We also say that we have to have exchange visits just to know what these other farmers are doing, and how we can also copy from them. We also say there has to be continuous learning in whatever we are doing. And we also say that there has to be consistent and timely communication to everyone. That may be between the traders and the farmers, or different NGOs and the farmers. There has to be consistent communication. We also say there has to be rotational leadership between the PGS group, not only one chairman that will lead for 10 years, or maybe a treasurer for 10 years, but there has to be rotational leadership. There's a group also that say that they also have team building activities every year, and to enhance cohesion, that enhances cohesion in their group. So we also say there has to be follow-ups. These are things like peer review, the assessments. We say that PGS decision should be farmer-driven from their needs assessment. We say there has to be commitment and integrity. And there's a trader who told us that commitment is one of the things that they look into when they want to deal with farmers. They also say that they also look at transparency, and they also do auditing. So we also have to be transparent. We have to be accountable in whatever we are doing so as to build trust. And the last one, we say that we have to have annual general meetings and also invite stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we should applaud for ourselves. I think we did good work, all of us. And we give input to each of the groups and good points. And believe that you have run a lot. Have you run something? Yeah, I'm sure that you have run a lot, and that it was a purpose of this group work. So that different aspects and topics that we had were provided by the committee from part of building capacity of the different PGS groups. I think time is not on our side. I would like us to go to the next session, which will be facilitated by conducted by Tony. What projects? Where is oh, this one? So we can
All right. Thank you for this privilege. And I think I was put to be the last person. And we are going to look at the PGS structure. And that's generally the format. So we start with the PGS Structural Committee. And this one is the one that involves all the committees in the PGS groups, the executive, the disciplinary, works with the local PGS groups in every section. And the next level is the regional PGS assessors, who will be doing the assessment of all the information that is acquired from PGS committees, then handed over here to these guys. And then these guys will be working hand in hand with the National PGS Coordinating Committee. And we have the regions that have been written down here, and I believe the members were introduced in the morning. So there are the five regions. We have the Central and Nairobi. We have the Western, Rift Valley, Coast, and Eastern. So the National PGS Coordinating Committee works together with the National PGS Office, which is held by COAN. And then at the top most, we have now the Joint Management Committee, which is East Africa. So most of the regulations that flow down must also be able to abide with whatever is at the Joint Management Committee level. So we'll go to the duties and responsibilities. We have the Joint Management Committee. It's supposed to provide cross-country learning platform, reviewing PGS assessment and approval procedures, quality checks, PGS approvals. Then the next one, we have the National PGS Committee, Coordinating Committee. And that one includes the five regions. So the work is undertaking national PGS approvals, lobbying for PGS for recognition at the national level, resource mobilization. We have talked about that in the group discussions, coordinating organization of PGS national learning platforms, coordinating the National PGS Workshop, which is currently happening. And we have added another task, which is the awards. So hopefully from next year, we shall be having awards. Then the last one is marketing and promotion of the Kilimo High organic PGS. The members, you can see them listed there. Next is the National PGS Office, which is under COAN. Their work will be to maintaining a current PGS register, communication liaison between national PGS, regional and local PGS committees, function as a secretary to the national PGS coordinating team, certifying regional PGS assessors, coordinate annual training for PGS assessors, developing online tools for PGS assessment. Then now we have the local PGS groups, and that is their work, organizing training for the members, organizing assessments, peer review, collecting and submitting annual statistics about the group, submitting payments and fees. And I think lastly, we have the regional PGS assessors, and Their work is undertaking and submitting PGS assessments from the regions, training and of new and existing PGS groups. And this is where the TOTs come in. Yeah, I think that is the end, but maybe something that I wanted to add on. As we continue, because we have just started, there are more duties that will be included. So as we continue to deliberate and sharpen these committees and offices, more duties may be added or may be reduced depending on our need. So yeah, thank you. Now we have some work to do. As we see here, we have a representation from 4 regions. So first of all, we have no one representing the Rift Valley region. So as I think Martin had indicated earlier, we will not leave this place until we have a representative. So I think of now we are going to divide ourselves in the different regions. Those who are in Nairobi and Central region, to go to one place, Western region, Eastern, Rift Valley, Coast, in different regions. Then again, we also said we want gender balance. So all these regions must have male and female representatives. So I think that is the next agenda that we are going into. So kindly, if I may request that we group ourselves according to the regions that we are in, then maybe Nairobi and Central region can go on that side. Then Western region can go at the back side. Eastern will be here. Rift Valley and Coast. Coast is a one-man guitar. So maybe if you can just do that because of time. And then we discuss amongst yourself. So we will need ladies from the 4 already given. We'll need a lady for Nairobi and Central, a lady for Western, Eastern, and Coast. But for Rift Valley, we will need two members. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Eastern. Thank you, Tony. Yes, so yeah, we can do it quite fast so that yeah, let's appreciate him. PGS. Asanteni. I'm trying to rush because of time, and naona Eastern already, the representative for Eastern ameshafika pale nje. Let's move. Nani atamsaidia Elijah? Oh, Nairobi Central here. We have also Eastern outside Rift Valley. Is there anybody from Rift Valley? Rift Valley? No, najua sasa in Rift Valley, we have Slow Food as our main partner. So we will have to insist that you communicate with your members within those few minutes and send recommendations. Yes. And then we have Coast. Western ni hapa. Western
Okay. Okay. I think we have deliberated. We have selected. We have exhausted our medulla oblongata in selecting the people to represent us. Naona Western, Western mnajua kuchapa siasa. Western, you know this house? Mbona ameandika kona? Charles Misheni. Si ameshasema. Oh, Charles Misheni. Okay, unauliza uongee na wale watu wako pale kwa front desk. Sumelala jana. Endo sign pale. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call upon Nairobi Central. Nairobi Central. I'm going to call upon Nairobi Central.
Yes, Nairobi Central. I see there's a group of people standing here. You're not done. Western, you're not done. Okay. We need to finalize our agenda for today so that whoever is traveling can travel, whoever is sleeping can start arranging themselves. So, Nairobi Central, which will then be followed by Eastern, which will then followed by we'll be Nairobi Central, Western, Eastern, Rift Valley. Rift Valley will be the last, and then Coast. Our intention is to have all the regions having at least, we need to balance the gender. Okay, sawa. Tony, you can take it.
Thank you, Martin. I think for Nairobi and Central, we've done the elections, and I will be working together with a lady called Monica Mugo, and maybe she could stand ama kuja hapa mbele na atuambie anatoka wapi. Then, thank you.
Hello, habari zenu? Tumetoka na kwani mbali na sijui tunaenda wapi na wao, lakini Mungu anajua hoi, na si kiongozi anatoka kwa Mungu, kwa hivyo sasa anajua wayapi. I'm on Kamoga na nimesema I'm from Kirinyaga.
Yes.
Haya, Fred.
Mama, just come. Obviously, she's a mom. Yes. And to test her interpersonal skills. Sasa ongea.
Leo nina furaha. Naitwa Catherine Ahayati, natoka Kakamega County. Nitashirikiana na Fred kufanya kazi, na nafikiria tutafanya kazi nzuri.
Tony. Huh? Okay. It's done. Copy. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Where is Anastasia? Come forward. And from some region, we agree that we're going to Anastasia. Can you please Mr. Lorenzo, let's confirm and stand along. So you can shake hands and then take this forward. Thank you. Asante. And we want to hear your voice.
Hello. I'm happy and I feel honored even to have been chosen for this position. I don't take it for granted, though I was not expecting that due to my schedule. But I said I am not as busy than Jesus was, and he deliberately redeemed us within his busy schedule. This is what I had gone to do. I have a product that is being processed. I'm doing it at Kibri, and I'm in the process of acquiring the KEBS certification. And because tomorrow they don't open, that is why I left for some time. I said, I just take off. I didn't take lunch with you people. Lakini nikasema jaya siku moja yezi niua because nitaenda mbali. So that is why I had gone, but because I had to take the samples for the lamp and then come back to join you. Thank you. And I will, I'm doing dried mangoes and managu. AIVs, African Indigenous Vegetables. Yes. Haijaingia ndio inatestiwa because sitaki kupigana na serikali kwa barabara. Tumesema organic, but wanataka kujua hii organic ni nini. One challenge that I had, but I thank God I was given an instructor who listened to me. Niliitishwa 15 kilos of sugar, I bought. Nikaitishwa hizo vitu zingine zote. I spent almost 25K, nikazinunua, but I told them to give me a chance. I prepared them my way. Zikianguka nimewacha hizo vitu, I'll go back and repeat. But I know asitaanguka. Wenye wametest hii maembe pale nje wameniambia iko sawa. Haina sukari, haina chochote. Kutoka tu kwa shamba na kukauka.
Karibu sana. Yes.
Nataka kucheza gita yangu peke yangu. Hamjambo. Habari za jioni. Mko poa? Okay, mimi nimefikiria niko na mwenzangu ambaye in fact mimi ndiye alintroduce kwa Koan, anaitwa Evelyn Monyanya. Na ujue sisi tunaanza, nyinyi wengine mmepiga hatua, sisi bado tuko katika ground level. So tutafanya kazi na Eunice Monyanya. She's not present, she's absent, she's an absentia, but we normally work with her and she's very cooperative. So she'll be one of the coast region member wa hii national committee. So thank you. Simpongeze kwa makofi. Akiwa haya.
So we have a very special condition hapa ya Rift Valley because one, they are not represented today. And two, we currently do not have a group, a registered group in Rift Valley. But we have very good partnerships within Rift Valley. So ningependa kumuomba Muya, at least you can come and give us, because our good partners, Slow Food Kenya, they have very strong groups within the Rift Valley that we are working together to get them to the PGS Kilimo High level. So I think it would be good to be inclusive, but then I'm going to leave it to you to explain to us.
Thank you a lot, Martin. Good afternoon. Hope you are all well. Yes, Slow Food work in Nakuru, that is Rift Valley. We are based in Nakuru and have many groups there which are practicing organic farming. And because of that, we are very close to them. We have been visiting them. They have brought us to our market, which is organic market. And what I can say is that the person who was in charge is Samson Ngugi, and I know all of you, or some of you know him, is the programs officer, Slow Food Kenya. During our PGS training, during the PGS development plan, he was narratively get two representatives, that is Stephen Muhui and Samson Ngugi. And because of that, we need gender balance in this. We're going to have one group member from Kawaini. You remember the group we visited last time for this show were there? They're very active, and you saw the passion from the group members. So we're going to have this, but I will still consult with Samson and I will get back to you, Kwan. Thank you.
Yes. So I will, just for a final, we have to have a photo finish. I'm going to ask all the representatives to come here jointly, get at least watu waone mkiwa pamoja, and then we now go to the last part. Phoebe, you can be queuing up your presentation with regard to now the PGS awards and the like. I know nitashinda nikiwaibia hizi program. Yes. Yes. So no, all the committee members, all the committee members, please, we need to have a photo finish. We'll not have any other opportunity, because after we look at, okay, watu wako na njaa ama ni nini? Okay, ndio tutafanya. Yeah. Yes. Kuna ile wimbo tukao sema miko miko mingo. Miko miko mingo. Miko miko mingo. Sasa mumekaa.
I know it's that hour. Kila mtu amechoka, so tusimame dakika moja. Najua Samson anakuanga energizer. Sijui yuko wapi. Okay. Nani atakuwa energizer kwa sai? Energizer. Okay, so maybe this.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'm told by, forget her name, Phoebe,
that we need to do some energizer. And I want to bring one that make our bodies. So I want us to count 1 up to 10. Just using our bodies. 1 up to 10. Huh? Just watch me. Fanya hivi. I can see my leg who are doing it very well. Okay, 1. 1, 10. 2, just use your bodies. 3, please mean it. Number 4. Number 5, sasa hiyo I want to see. Number 6. Number 7, that one is easy. Sasa 8, tunataka one. Do like I'm doing, huh? Number 9. Now number 10, sasa. So.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Kiari, you know your duty is not over yet. Kindly come here. So, we have called Mr. Kiari here, and you know what he is in Koan. You can hear me? I'm saying, we've called Mr. Kiari here, and you know who he is in Koan, or what he is. Some people don't know. Perhaps clarify that.
Thank you. Good evening. We are getting closer to the evening. For those who do not know me, I'm Eustace Kiari, the team leader at Koan. I finished.
Better than that. Hey, see you been okay. Now, Mr. Kiari, we want you to present this award. Sorry, it is still an award to the PGS of the month of November, and that is
Ainogov.
Ainogov. Let's clap for Ainogov. Is there their representative here? Martha.
Maybe as mother comes, I can give a little bit context as to how we came about this and the thinking behind it. The idea is to motivate PGS groups so that they can work towards becoming better groups. 1, 2, also to recognize the various PGS groups that we have. And internally, what we have been thinking around and aloud is that we can have 2 forms of appreciation or recognizing PGSs. 1 is through awards, which I think he mentioned that we are going to start next year. Phoebe will talk about the assessment and how the awards will be given, because the whole idea, again, is to motivate groups, PGS groups, to be better, to become better, and also to move towards the ideal. So you remember earlier in the day, we talked about what an ideal PGS should look like. So the idea is to motivate groups, PGS groups, to move towards becoming the ideal PGS. We'll have some assessment criteria to do that. And
annually, we are going to give annual award to the best PGS. So you talk about how the process will be and what the criteria will look like. And one of the responsibilities, as you saw, for the National PGS Committee will be to determine who will be the best PGS award for the year. Number two is to recognize various PGSs. We are all at different levels. Sindio, as we recognize the best, we also need to recognize even those who may not be the best, but working towards that. Because we believe in continuous improvement, and every year will also be, not every year, but every month, we'll be recognizing PGS of the month. We also have a criteria of doing that. And today, we will give the best PGS for the month, which will also be the first group to get this award of the PGS of the month. Eventually, we will recognize all PGSs. So this is not only for INOGOF. INOGOF will be the best PGS for the month now, but eventually we want to recognize every PGS that has fully complied to the system. Tuko pamoja? So I wanted to give that background so that as we award and congratulate Martha for the work they are doing at INOGOF, we have that background. So join me as we award INOGOF this award for the month of November. I want to open up, and maybe you also get to have a look of what it has. Maybe it's a check, maybe it's some goodies that can be translated into cash. But more importantly, is to congratulate the group for being awarded this and for the good work that they have been doing over the years and over the months. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Kerr. Why don't we give him a clap? Okay, kindly. Yes.
I really, this gift is not just for okay, and this gift is not for, it's for us because I know that is actually supported by this room. We're able to get staff with leaders on our behalf, the Kisarian group, the Ndeya group, associating with many PGs. So this is actually all our work. I really appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kerr. Phoebe,
Yes, so we were trying to set the pace to now talk about the annual PGS Awards. We thought it fit that during the next PGS workshop, the third PGS workshop next year, that we should award the most outstanding PGS group. So we've started with INOGOF this month, next month, we'll have another group being featured, and we will showcase each and every PGS group so that more people get to know all the good work that. So I'm just going to talk about so we want to set as a level playing field. Sasa tutajua wale walishinda kwa sababu tuko sisi wote hapa. Sasa kila mtu akujue kama watu wanaenda kufanya hiyo exam ama kupatiwa marks watapatiwa aje, si ndio? Yes. So I'll quickly go through why we think that we should have this annual PGS award. One is to recognize all the work that all the PGS groups are doing and to encourage them to keep doing what they are doing. I'm very sure every one of us has their own unique selling point in terms of what we do. Some of us are very good in marketing. Some of us are very good in collaboration. Some of us are very good in whatever area or sphere we are good at. And we feel like it's very good to show who's doing what and who is best at what. So hence the second point of progress practices. If you're very good, maybe outstanding about your group, which a weak point in another group. So we want to highlight what everyone is doing. The third is also to build trust and credibility. You know, when it comes to Kilimo High, it's all about trust, quality, and guarantee. So how do we build trust and credibility on what you're doing? When we talk about what you're doing, if you're able to document what you're doing, then it will enhance the credibility of each PGS group. The fourth is to foster knowledge, sharing, and learning. We are all here from each other. And for us, we look at this as a space where everyone is a co-learner, and everyone has something important to share. So how do we foster that and sustain it? One is through PGS of the month, and also through the awards. Then we'll also share and showcase what every group is doing. The fifth is market recognition and access. I'm sure if you're the PGS of the year 2024, I am very sure you will talk about it everywhere. You'll get maybe more traders being prompted or encouraged to work with you. You know, it's something to show and to showcase, or to as a selling point. If you're going to do a pitch to a trader, then you can say we were the PGS of the month 2024, and you can show it off, and it can be a good selling point for your PGS. The fifth is commitment and cohesion. We want to see how the community will respond, or how you're able to resonate with the community groups that you're not only working with, but also the wider community. Are you engaging in other social activities with the community around you? So if you're in Kiserian, what other activities are you doing with your community? If you're in Isende, what are you doing with the community around you? We've heard about 4K clubs and people doing all these amazing things. So we want to see more of that. The fifth aspect is benchmarking and goal setting. I'm sure if you hear these people who are doing this, even you, next year, kutoka sasa tukitoka hapa, unaenda kujitahidi. Utasema, kule wanafanya hivi, so sisi tunaweza fanya hivi. And then you can tweak it and do it differently. So just to be on top of your game, or on top of your PGS group. So if, kama, I know go for metuibia siri sasa next time tutawabita je, unaona? So it's a kind of a benchmark for us. So those are the reasons why we considered fit to have this award. So I will quickly go through some of the things we will look at in terms of the judging criteria. So some of our core judging components is participation and engagement. I'd said earlier, we want to see how you're communicating or how you're relating with the local community around you. And we want to, it's not only limited to what, you might say, tunafanya kazi na community, but how do you present your information? So we'd want supporting documents. Sikusema tu tunafanyanga kazi na community. It's a, a bit redundant, you know. So you can have registration forms. We want to see hizo kwa registration forms watu walikuja. And also, I might not add this, but you might want to present something on social media. Maybe you took photos, you want to attach there. Maybe you have a video, you attach there, you know. It's supportive information. So it's not only talking, but we want to see supporting information. The second aspect we look at is transparency and trust. So we want to check how your 360, how your communication is. I know one of the things Ndongo keeps talking about ni horizontality. Sasa sisi tunataka kuona hiyo communication yenyu inaenda round. Kama ni chairman anaongeanga pekee ama members pia wanaongea, ama mambo inaenda kizungumkuti ama mmoja tu ndo anasema ama nani akisema sisi wote tunafuata. So we want to see how you're communicating and how that is maintained. So please note, it's a one-time process, so that, you know, sometimes we prepare for exams, ikifika deadlines yondo unasoma, una translate, this one is continuous. We want to see from January to December how you're sustaining communication. The other is bookkeeping. We want to see how your books are. Are you keeping proper records, or you only leave it to the treasurer? When somebody asks you, tulitengeneza pesa November, pesa ngapi? Sales ilikuwa ngapi? Uliza treasurer. You know, we should all be in loop or knowledgeable of what you are making. The third is shared vision and objectives. So some of the things we want to look at, do you have rules and regulations? I remember Ndongo talking about this heavily. And also, do you have a committee, and do you have sanctions? Member akianza kufanya vitu conventional na nyinyi ni organic, mnafanya nini? Mnampatia muda. Na kama there's that process, is that documented also? You know, we all make mistakes. So if mtu alifanya akakosea akasema sawa nitaanza organic kama nitarudi, you know, we want to see that process. It's not a bad thing. It's something to showcase as a group and say, by the way, huyu alifanya hivi na amerudi na anafanya organic anaendelea vizuri, you know, it's something nice to also talk about. So don't feel like tutafichilia tuweke chini ya meza, you know, it's something you can showcase. The other is the members pledge. I remember we talked about these people who are asked to raise your hand kama mko na members pledge. So that's something we'd also want to see. Even though you have a video, mtu akichukua members pledge, you know, something that you could also show. Do you have a planting calendar? Najua sasa ni msimu wa mvua and everyone is not available. So do you have that as a group? It will help in organizing group activities. Sasa mnajua kama watu wanapanda the first week of November ama the first 2 weeks of November, hakuna activities, kila mtu anapanda, kila mtu anafanya nini. So at least it keeps everyone in check. The fourth thing is consensus decision making. So we want to see how you're governed or how your rules are. Do you have an annual AGM? Do you have minutes of the same? Did you have elections? Ama mulisema tu wale walikuwa acha waendelee, you know? Ama baba amesema acha tuendelee, you know? So we want to see all those things. And also, if you have rotational responsibilities, we want to see how you came about the rotation system within your PGS group. The fifth, education and capacity building. So do you have training sessions? So it could be twofold. One, you have in-house. I know for Kiserian, they have, I think it's every first or third Monday. I can't remember, fourth. Yes, they have, every month they have trainings and they train one another. So do you have something like that? The second is you've come for a training, you've attended a training session and you've been presented with a certificate, and maybe you're even a TOT. Not only being a TOT, but also whatever you've learned, even like from this workshop. In the ideal situation is that you will go and share this information with your PGS group because you're all representing your groups. So we want to see that knowledge translated to members of your group. The other thing is, do you have educational platforms? Do you share during these physical meetings that you're having every month or every quarter? You know, it doesn't have to be monthly, but you can decide what works for your group. maybe may decide monthly hatuwezi kutana, maybe sisi ni watu wa after 2 months ama after 3 months. So decide what works for you and then be consistent at it so that there's enough documentation to support it. And then do you have field days where you do the same? Again, have you documented the same? Have you shown people in the field? Do you have a program? Hii field day tutaanza saa 2, tutafanya hivi na hivi na hivi, tutamaliza saa 10. Hawa ndio participants walikuweko. We want to see all that. The other thing is regular inspections and monitoring. Remember, this is very critical in PGS. It's like the heartbeat of PGS. If you're not doing peer reviews, then roho bado itafika hapo. Upendo yako na PGS bado ijaingia kabisa. So we want to see these peer review reports every month so that you're able to comply with the organic standards. And also it will keep you abreast or on top of your operations within your PGS groups. And then also, do you have even a peer review committee? Are they working? Are they following the rules that you've set? The beauty of PGS is that you set the rules for yourself and how best it works for you. So we'd want to also see that. Again, I keep emphasizing that documentation and record keeping is very important. So this is a constant question. Do you have a PGS manual? Is it working? Are there aspects of this manual munaona tuna need to review? Have you reviewed them? You say this is PGS version 2016, 2017, we want to see if there've been changes and what your thoughts are around it. The other is minutes from any meetings that you might be having. So kama mneka, minutes, and they're not only minutes, but we forget to approve and say these were the true reflections of minutes of meeting held whenever. So are they signed, co-signed? It's a thing we always overlook, but it's something very important. Do you have a file of all the minutes that you've held as a group? So it's also something important. And then the other thing we want to see is how is the ease to access information? We always say secretary ndo kuna information. Do you have I don't know, muna save kwa, people save differently. Maybe sisi tumedecide kama kikundi, tutakuwa tuna save kwa WhatsApp group. Kuna wengine watasema tutasave kwa Google. So whatever works for you, decide how easy is it to access information from the group. So that when you asked, mtu akifanya hivi tunafaa kufanya nini? Hii uliza nani? We want it should be available to everyone in the group so that they know all the rules that are they've been laid or they've been agreed upon. The other thing is networking and collaborations. I'm sure it's a huge thing here. How we're working with local governments. It's a constant challenge and battle that we all have. How we're working with each other. I like the synergy between INOGOF and Kiserian, and that's really important because it shows wanapendana, si watu wanafichilia wanasema hii ni yetu acha tujiweke kando, hii ni yetu acha tujiweke. They do business amongst themselves. So how do you foster that kind of collaboration, not only within your group but other groups? So I'd encourage when you're living here, think about how you can collaborate with other PGS groups. Think about how you're going to work with counties. If you want to have an organic farmers market within your county, have you approached your local county government to see how that will work around, such things. Remember people talking about attending trade fairs, so that's really important. We want to see how you're trying to access markets, how you're trying to have a wider reach and promote your products in different markets. So najua mtu anakulanga chakula mama yake anasema mama yake ndio tamu zaidi. Lakini ujaenda mahali pengine ujue kama chakula huko ni tamu. So it's important that we try other markets. You might discover maybe peanut butter huko Kikuyu hata ndio inatakikana zaidi than somewhere else. So just try and see how to attend trade fairs. The other thing is also how you're collaborating with traders and aggregators so that your products can be sold as a unit. And you can remember we talked about planting calendar. So everything bottles down to somewhere. So, you know, if you plant together, you'll harvest together, you're able to provide a consistent supply of products to the market and to your traders and to your aggregators. So it's really important that you see how to see, we'd want to see, have you been able to work with a trader? How has that relationship been? You can also you can also write the challenges that you're having, because your challenge might be somebody else might have an opportunity for your challenge. So don't feel shy to say, just put it in there. Adaptability and continuous improvement. We want to see how you're using different technologies out there. So it doesn't have to be social media. It could be something that is easy as using a smartphone app, or whatever is relevant for your group, or whatever works for your group is what you will adopt. I know there are groups that use WhatsApp as a system. So is that something that you've been able to use, and how are you using it? The other is brand exposure. So I remember there are groups here that have labels and they have their own seals. So how are you able to expose your brand? And also we'd encourage you to use the Kilimo Hai mark when you're promoting your products, so that, you know, the something Safaricom uses is top of mind. See, every corner has a Safaricom shop, Cindy. Yeah, so how do we keep, why are we always on Safaricom? Because we keep seeing it every day, Cindy. Yes, so the more you're able to see like Kilimo Hai brand mark everywhere, the more people resonate with the brand. So the more your brand is visible, the more people are able to buy your product. They build trust that this is a good product. The other is community support and recognition. So again, it's important. You can have a testimonial from somebody from your local community. It doesn't have to be local community. It could be even your chief, or when you're doing this agreement for the organic farmers market, you know, ambia mtu hebu tuambie kwa nini unaona hii uhusiano wetu inaenda wapi, you know, and have that documented. It can be a photo, it can be a video, but you know, a video is always better because it's timeless. So have something, a testimonial, or have a letter of understanding, or something that that you can show. And the best is written, because we say what's on paper does not exist. So even though chief akakuja leo akufe ama nini happen, you can say ule chief alikuwa hapa, unajua alisema market tunaweza kuwa nayo hapa. So have something that's written that can be, you can always use as a basis to, or use it as a leverage in case there's change of guard or change in whatever leadership. You can always come back. It doesn't have to be to the local authorities. It can even be to a supplier in a, I don't know, in a supermarket. You can say, hey, we signed something with the previous CEO, angalia, even though we agree. So it's something that could work. So how do we go forward from here? Sasa kila mtu anajua kile watu watakuwa wanaangalia, si ndio? Sasa hatuwezi endelea kwanza kabla. Hapo kuna watu wameingia kazi leo. Sasa hatuwezi enda mbele yao. Si wataketi kwanza, wa agree. Waseme, hii mambo, wacha kwanza tuirekebishe hapa. Ama maybe uko ground wamesema, bado. So hao ndio watatuambia sasa. Yes, letters. Najua formal, juu wameingia kazi sasa, agenda yao ya kwanza itakuwa kupitisha PGS Awards, si ndio? Alafu, the other thing is, please make sure that what you're doing is continuous. Don't do it as a one-off event. Ama mseme, wacha tujitahidi sana, tushinde 2024, alafu tulege, you know. So it should be something that's continuous. So we won't check at a one-off thing. We'll check what you're doing either monthly or what you're doing quarterly, just to assess that. And then we will share the award nomination forms. And then, so all this will come through the committee. Si tuko na chairman, sasa sisi tunaongea tu hapa kama secretariat na hatutaki kuwapita. And then they will announce the deadline for submitting your nomination forms. And there's a judging committee review. I know Mr. Balonzi is very passionate about this. I remember we had a meeting yesterday. He's like, hiyo hata ukiangalia kwa hii, and he, he knows, yeah. So he's very passionate, very passionate about this. So there's a committee that will sit, review the application forms, and the winners will be announced next year at a time like this. So that ends my presentation. Sijui kama mko na swali.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, PB, for that. And we hope that next year we have very good PGS groups. Until the committee that you'll be selecting will say, no, we will give 3 groups, not 1. Huh? Or what do you think? Yeah. So I think we are coming to the end of our workshop. We are almost concluding. And I think all of us have learned something. And all of us have something that we are going to change back to our groups. We have selected 2 participants from each of the PGS groups. Of course, we have budgetary limitations. We would like to bring all members in this meeting, but it's not possible. So what our prayer is that whatever that you have learned from this workshop, please have a session, the next meeting that you have with your group, make sure that you have taken notes and you're going to share with your members. There are so many things that we have learned that we are not doing in our groups. We need to make sure that we do them. Yeah. We have already discussed what a good adult PGS is. Let's all admire and work towards being good and successful PGS groups. So that next time we'll be part of the PGS of the month, or we'll be the ones that you get a present for PGS next year. So this event is an annual event, the workshop. Very important for bringing all the PGS together, learning from each other, sharing, and knowing what the other group is doing. Please, when we go back, let's maintain that linkages that Phoebe is saying. We'll be happy to hear that Shadrach, you have organized a trip to Ainokov and Kariku. Yeah, you have organized a trip to Isebe. Where is Isebe? Amanda Inje. So even when she's outside, you can organize a trip to her place. Then you see what they are doing. These interactions are very important for cross learning. We say learning is one of the principles in PGS, and we are supposed to be doing it. Some of the other things that I'm seeing here, written here, very important. Combination of interaction meetings, like field days, exhibition tours, very important. We have learned about them. Use of social media. We heard from Ainogov how they are utilizing social media. Let's see how in our group we can also use that to enable us to market our produce, to communicate with other members and also to the consumers. We should improve in our documentation. Make sure when we go back, we can utilize the TOTs that we have, the assessors, or even the NGOs that we are working with, because most of them we have trained them so that you can develop your PGS manual. Make sure you have one. The next time we do assessment, because assessment should be done every 2 years. Maybe we have delayed assessing some of your groups. So we are going to organize for that. So make sure that you have your PGS manual ready and your documentation that you're supposed to be keeping on what you're doing. Yeah. Your production, your sales, the inputs that you're using, if you're doing joint procurement of inputs, if you're doing trainings, please keep those documents. Engage other stakeholders in the PGS. We have said the PGS is not just you farmers, but also other stakeholders. So make sure that you devise ways on how you can bring these stakeholders in the PGS and involve them. Participating in peer reviews. Of course, we had some of you have not organized peer review for this year. Some, they are not sure whether they have done peer review in any of the years. Please ensure that you do your peer review. If you haven't done this year, or if you don't have a plan of doing this year, make sure by January you complete the peer review, because it's not a good practice to have 1 year without doing peer review. The other issue that I've seen here is creating awareness. Of course, we have a duty to continue educating consumers in where we are located. Let's continue creating awareness about the PGS brand, Kilimo, as Martin was saying, because that's the only identity that we have, and that can differentiate our products from the other products. We have also discussed the issue of integrating other systems. We have talked about agroecology, biointensive agriculture. We have been discussing the slow food movement and seeing how we can also bring PGS insight and have a differentiated brand for these systems. I think we continue discussing that and seeing how we can put that into practice. Ensure that we have rotational leadership in our groups, diversify products that we are offering to the market. That will strengthen our resilience and also increase the income that we are getting from the organic produce. Engage more groups. I think that has come out that we can increase our membership as one way of sustainability, improve efficiency with reducing production costs, and sensitizing our communities about the importance of PGS. So those are the remarks that I have as a way forward to take home message from this meeting. Of course, I'm sure you have learned a lot more than what I've just said. But I hope that when you go to your groups, make sure that you share this message with other members. So I want to invite Shadrach to close for us this meeting. I think yesterday he was given a very big cup to National PGS Committee. And he was elected by the other members because they believed in him. He has quite good experience, and we are sure that through his leadership, the committee will take the PGS development in Kenya to another level. So karibu Shadrach to close for us this meeting.
Thank you. I'm wondering where to start, but I'll start somewhere. I'll start by giving you my easiest name to remember, because Shadrach is as complicated as Bolonzi. But Bolonzi is 3 names: Bolo, Lonzi, and Bolonzi. So call me Bolonzi, and you have given me 3 names: Bolo, Lonzi, and Bolonzi. Now, I'm told of a story of 2 Morans who contracted fever, and they went to see a doctor. So when they went to see a doctor, and doctor decided to give them a jab. So he tells the first Moran, turn, nipatie your jab. Naye doctor ni kama alikuwa na kisirani, akachukua sindano ilikuwa kubwa, kadunga huyu Moran. Moran akakunja uso, mwenzake akaangalia. The first one akamaliziwa. The second one akaambiwa, turn is your turn. Kaangalia daktari akamwambia, daktari, hiyo umedunga huyu imetutosha, wacha twende nyumbani tukasikize ikiwa tutadhania na ugonjwa au come tomorrow. Now, Samuel amemaliza all the remarks. Mimi nitakuja kesho. But with that, I want to say this. The most important principle of TGS is inclusivity and participatory. If we all can remember that, we'll never go wrong. And with that, may God bless you abundantly for agreeing to take your time to come and attend this workshop. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much for that, those brief remarks. Shadrach used to work in the army, so he's very straightforward. So I think I don't know whether there is any other because I want us to say this announcement. Yeah. Do you have any logistic announcement? So we'd like to close for us with a word of prayer. Yes, Margaret. Yes, yes, we can. How you did not receive? Okay, because you are invited using that email address. We'll ask Phoebe to forward the presentations. Yeah, she will. This time I'll make sure she does. Yeah. No, she has not volunteered unless she wants to volunteer. Let's hear the logistics first, and then we get a volunteer.
Yes, I know everyone is wondering, atarudi aje nyumbani? Sasa mtarudi nyumbani, you'll get your money tomorrow morning and you'll get a notification from NCBA Bank highlighting that it's come from Kenya Organic Agriculture Network. Yes.
Have you heard that? There is somebody saying, so you are going to get your reimbursements. You know, these days, the world is changing. Next year, farmers watakuwa nao. So even now, these days, we don't give money cash. It has to come from the bank to your M-Pesa. So, and that is a process because there will be signed by this. Somebody has to get into the account and also sign before it comes to you. So I think that should be completed tomorrow morning. So we volunteer to. Did you take a group photo? Was it necessary? Phoebe, you seem to be. Do you need a group photo? Okay, so after prayers, then we have a group photo. Then we take tea. There is tea outside. So let's get a volunteer. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we can all stand. And before you stand, kuna hiyo maembe imepita na ninajua kuna watu hawajaonja. My promise is this thing nimetengeneza for the purposes of the laboratory. Hiyo siku seal kwa sababu haikukauka na hakukuwa na haja niache kwa dryer. That is not the final product. Na singeiweka pamoja na zile zingine sababu haingekuwa what I'm intending to have. But I sent all of you uniombe as we have another meeting like this. Hatuendi mahali tunapatana sisi wote hapa. I'll have enough. You take as your breakfast slug na hiyo itakuwa na lebo, itakuwa imeshaingia kwa market, itakuwa mpaka imecertifyiwa na Kilimo Hai, so that you can also help me promote Kilimo Hai. So your part is to pray that God gives us and gives us the yield. So can we pray? Stand. Wacheni tuombe. Mungu wetu na Baba yetu, tunakuja mbele zako jioni njema tukisema ni asanti. We thank you, dear Lord, for your care and your love. We have started this day, Lord, not knowing what it entailed to end, O King of Glory, what the day had carried for us. But you've shown us your hand of mercy, your protection upon us. You have deliberated on many things, dear King of Glory. How we pray that, Lord, as you have preserved this day and preserved us also, you're going to preserve us all for another meeting next year, come a time like this. And even as we disperse, O dear King of Glory, one rule that we may not forget is serving humanity, is serving you, Lord. As we go out and as we are representing different PGS, O dear King of Glory, that you give us the energy, you give us the wisdom even to serve in our various capacities. And we are also praying for our chair, that you will guide him, you will give him knowledge, and you will give him wisdom, because it is not by power, neither by mighty, but the Spirit of the living God. All of us, you're going to preserve us, oh dear King of Glory, even as our level of doing whatever we are doing in our back in our regions, as we go and shine for you, oh dear King of Glory, even as we protect our environment, and even as we take this gospel of Kilimo Hai, that you're going to give us what it takes, that you're going to give us the boldness, even to stand and say no for the practices that are finishing and making our people perish, O King of Glory. And Lord, if the time we will even hear this taken to the assembly as an agenda for this nation, that even they will set a day and celebrate Kilimo Hai, my Father, we shall say thank you, and we shall be careful, O dear King of Glory, to honor you. Oh, what we are praying today as we are going home, we are praying for journey masses, every person who is traveling, and others who are who are going to be left behind and travel tomorrow. All of us together, give us journey masses. Continue protecting and blessing us, O dear King of Glory, and also bless the land that we till, because Lord, you gave us an assignment, and even before you come back, that we may stand in the gap. And as you asked, will you find faith? My Father and my God, how we pray that, Lord, all of us in our capacities, that we stand firm in our faith, O dear King of Glory, and in our stewardship. Bless us, and as we dispatch, O dear King of Glory, that we may remember the coordination and the networking, and we shall be calling one another. And my Father, even as the groups go back, all what we have learned, that we go and execute, and whatever we may not remember, my Father, your Spirit will give us an excellent spirit to remember. And it is in this we honor you and pray, trusting and believing. In Jesus' mighty name, we do pray and give thanks. Amen.
Yeah, we can have the group photo. I think this is the front part enough.